Hello, good evening. I figured I'd be here tonight. Maybe Chris will show up later and we can do some more script or demon game or something. Hey, Daniel Barry, how are you doing? You you must be one of the first people that get the notifications because I do. When I do the evening streams, I try to schedule it at least half an hour in advance if I can, sometimes an hour. And then I hit the go live when it's time. So welcome. Very good to see you. And it is an open panel. It's just a hangout stream. I find myself in the evenings with less and less to do, and although I should have more, and nothing to watch or stimulate me. We finished the one of the Australian survivors today, and it was good. They do good Survivor, and so far I've watched 4 of them. We're gonna start a new one soon, and the shEYEne, you were here the other day. I wish I knew who you were. I'd love to let you on, but you're not one of our knowns. So maybe as we get to know more about you. Let's see. I was looking at the news. It's a lot of the Trump trial stuff. Stormy Daniels testified. The judge put one of his trials, postponed it or delayed it indefinitely. The one about the unclassified documents. So I think that's the Mar-a-Lago one where they rate it, which does have me concerned. Like, I talk about all the points against Biden that might sway me to vote for Trump, but the Mar-a-Lago thing is, I was really hoping for more information around that, because if he did do something there, I don't want to put him back in office and have that risk be there a second time, give him that opportunity again. So I was really hoping for more information to come out like that from the trial. So who knows? Let's see. Tribe. Oh, tribe. Oh, you're in our Discord too? Okay. No, not no, it would only be for porn bombing and trolling, but I'll trust you. We're gonna do this. Hang on one second. Um all right, I'm
Hey,
gonna
what's up? Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey.
Yeah, I've been on here before, dude.
Oh, was it under another name?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember your voice. What's up?
I'm just chilling, dude. I was talking to some people, man. I'm just hanging out,
Cool. Yep,
looking
same here.
for open panels. One thing I like about your channel is you have intellectual discourse, and
Oh,
I
well, we
really
try.
hate fucking retards. So it's a refreshing thing to talk to smart people.
Well, we're half retarded here. Most of us are half retarded, but we
No,
try to have intellectual discourse when we can.
it's okay to act retarded. That's fine.
Well,
You can act retarded. Just don't be an actual retard. You understand?
yeah.
No, seriously, dude. I like to act I like to act certain ways.
Okay. Like what?
Retarded.
Oh, okay. Like on purpose. You know that you're doing
Yes.
it.
Yes,
Um,
100%.
as an adult, do you do it? I
Well, I'm
kind of
almost
see, like, as a kid, maybe doing it in class and stuff. I think I did a little bit of that.
come on, dude. Are you being honest? As an adult, you don't like to act less intelligent than you really are. You don't kind of like to get loose and act a little dumb.
Um, I don't know if I'm acting. I'm always trying. I'm always half dumb and half smart, so I'm always trying to be smart while knowing that I'm missing some of the pieces and some of it's dumb. So I
But
always have to figure out what's the dumb part and what's the smart part. So I
are
can't,
using
like, afford to play around with that. I always have to try to be smart for real.
I think you're smart enough to play around, dude. I really do.
Well, I'm flattered. I would love to like go on Survivor or one of those games and test that out.
Dude, it would be fun, dude, wouldn't it? So you know exactly what I'm saying. You have to act, expect, and that's what of course in Survivor people are acting.
Yeah, but that's one of the things that gets me in trouble, because when I need to act, like, you have to do the same thing in an office. Like, it's office Survivor, whether you realize it or not. There's a Survivor game going on at work. And those are the times that I can't act. Like, I know I'm supposed to act and everybody else is at. There's a game that's being played. I just don't know the game, and I don't know how to play the part I'm supposed to play in the game. So I just go in there and be myself, and it disrupts everybody else's acting. Because if you're the only one not playing along, then their roles get thrown off, and so I become the nuisance or the disruption for not being able to act. I have done theater. I mean, I can act in a play. Me and Chris were acting the other day. We were reading through a script.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I may have similar problems, and I also wonder if I do fall into the spectrum, because other people have suggested that I might be autistic or something. But
What are they going like? What do they tell you? What makes them think that?
well, I'm socially awkward. I have I'm a very much a loner and a hermit now, but I don't think that I'm not saying that's part of it. But as a kid, I did at one time sit at a lunch table by myself, and then like one other person came and sat with me, and not all the time, but some of the time,
Did you have friends growing up that you played with?
I had tons of friends, but I had tons of friends of all different sorts of friends.
Mm-hmm.
But during one lunch period, I did sit by myself, and then one other dude, for the most predominant at the time, sat with me.
I remember those days. Did you grow up Generation X?
I was born in 1990. I mean, I was born in 1976. I graduated in 1994.
Oh yeah, definitely Gen X. Okay, yeah, because it seemed like our generation just had more kids to play. That was like the play outside generation, and there were more kids just playing together back then.
Well, yeah, we rode our bicycle outside, and I ran wild through the woods. I was in the ditch catching crawfish, snakes, and all types of minnows and everything.
Well, not snakes, but yeah, absolutely, yes. That, and somewhere along the way, they had in the 90s, they had that helicopter parenting where everything was safety and the kids couldn't play outside without supervision, and everything got managed. And it was structured after school activities and soccer and dance and music. And it wasn't this free, spontaneous playtime with random kids.
Dude, we used to run daily. I went with the church to the Astrodome in Houston, Texas. Yeah. We ran buck wild to the Astrodome with zero adult supervision.
What, you talking about Astro World?
No, the Astrodome. The Astrodome.
Yeah. You ran through the Astrodome with no adult supervision?
Yes.
Yeah. Same with Astro World. Like, we would go on field trips and stuff, and the teachers would, or whoever the chaperones were, they would let us like go off in little groups and meet at certain times and check in and stuff. But they didn't like stay with us the whole time. And
we did go to Astro World as well too. But like in the Astrodome, we really went buck wild in the Astrodome.
I don't know if I think I went in it once, like on a field trip. It was big. That's all I remember.
And we were like actively trying to find trouble to get into.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. What grade was this?
It was I would say like 7th, 8th grade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was that. A lot of that. I don't know how much of that there is. I was talking with my nieces and nephews, and I was telling them the stories of how we grew up, and they found it wild. Like, wow, y'all did all that stuff. Like, they would never. Like, we used to go find abandoned houses to explore and just wander
Oh
around
yeah,
and they're
there's
like, wow, we would never do stuff, but y'all were wild. Y'all did all kind of crazy stuff. And to us, it was just normal stuff.
yeah. Well, abandoned housings was one of the top fun things to do.
Yeah, absolutely, it was. I mean, they know there's kids around. If they're just gonna leave their house abandoned like that with us around.
Okay, as here's something. One of the games that I used to play on church outings was uh, I created a game, stare strangers in the eyes. And yeah, like that was the game I try to get my friends to
Stare
find out.
straight in the eye.
Yeah, yeah. Like an adult man, as we're little kids, like seventh, eighth grade, maybe all the way up to fucking 10th grade. Just lock eyes with the strangers, like stare at them, a hardcore mean mugging. But then I read about autism. That's one of the autism symptoms is a fear of eye contact. And in some
Well,
situations,
it can be with some autistic. It can be.
well, no,
I don't have an issue with it.
I
Some
find
have the opposite. Some can come off as staring.
well, yes, I sometimes in certain situations I find myself eye contact is extremely uncomfortable. Like if I'm deferring power to someone, I will briefly look in the eye and look away. Even if I love the person, think they're the best person in the world. Like there's just some weird thing. It's like I don't want to look them in the eyes too long.
It's a power thing.
I don't know, dude. Maybe.
Is
I
it
think
so? Do you like instinctively turn away after too long?
it feels extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, that could be. That is one of the traits that's tied to autism.
But
Especially like with infants, as a child's developing, they monitor their eye contact relative to other kids and see if it's more restrictive.
But I wonder if as a kid that may have me been like fighting against something intrinsically that's within me because it's a game I created. It told my best friends, let's play this game. When we see a complete stranger, let's stare them in the eyes as long as you can, and the goal was to make them look away.
Did you get enough people to play?
Yeah, well, yeah, we did it. Oh, I had one of my main friends that played with me. It was mainly one other dude, but
we used to do that driving. I remember, like we'd stare at drivers or passengers, or like at a red light or something to see who would cut away first. Or we do weird stuff like that in cars. I remember, but that was just like all of us, just the normal gang, not even just autistic people in particular. So, but it could be like, especially if it showed up early, the eye contact thing.
yeah, and I remember sitting. And sometimes I sit completely alone at lunch. But this one other person did come and sit with me, and a lot of times we sat just me and him together at the lunch table.
Did you like pick your own table? Like there were enough tables open where you could pick or did you just sit wherever there was a space?
No, empty tables were rare.
So you had to just find a space somewhere.
There was not a whole lot of empty tables.
Yeah.
And looking back on that, honestly, I have difficulty understanding what the exact definition of autism is because they will say, well, it's a spectrum, So like, well, Sasi, I read like, well, that's definitely not me. That's definitely not me. Well, then, whoa, this, and that, all these things they say are definitely click the box,
Mm-hmm. I would say it's more of a collection of traits, and then people can look at the individual traits and figure how strong. Because it's also what's called a threshold diagnosis, which means someone can have it, but if it's not at a level where it's noticeable or significant in their life, then there's no reason to call it anything. So people can have little quirks and not necessarily call it autism.
Well, so if you're saying if you manage it enough,
or if it's not like maybe strong enough is another way to say it. So like my rocking is obvious. I can't hide that. That's a very strong trait. But some people might not have the stemming or the rocking as much as I do, so it wouldn't be as noticeable. But they could still have like the tendency or the genes for it.
Sometimes, dude, when I'm taking a piss, like I get this uncontrollable shaking. I like take a piss and I'll just like uncontrollably shake. Have you ever had that?
Like your whole body?
Well, like mainly my upper body is like
No,
Just
I
like
haven't had
it's
that.
side to side, like it's like a weird thing. Like I'll be pissing. There's like this, like Chris Johnson, the Tennessee Titans running back. At one time, he's the fastest running back in the NFL. He got this shake. That's the type of shake I had. It was just like he said it developed for him later in life, but he just got this shake. He would like shake back and forth.
Did you talk to a doctor about it?
I as a young child, my mother did take me to the doctor about some stuff, but my mom is a pathological liar
Oh,
and borderline psychopath. So money was like, like it wasn't. There was, uh, yes, I did go to the doctor, but the well, thankfully, my mom had enough common sense not to put me on any type of medicine. I'm very thankful for her to that she chose the cheap route to not put me on the medicine.
not going on the medicine.
Yes, I'm thankful
Did
for
you
that.
like in school? Were you in special ed or tested for
Well, I think at one point
anything?
in time that I was considered for it, but I did
Oh,
not go.
so something like the teachers noticed something
But
enough to get you referred for
but
testing.
but see how fucked up my family is. My family started me fucking early into school. Like my birthday is August 31st. So they put me in school instead of, it's like the borderline. I don't know, let's put him in school now. And that supposedly though, that's because of my grandmother's decision. He needs to go to be there now.
Oh, so you started like younger than.
Well, not, but by one day, it was one day. If I was born one day later, I would have not been able to go to school the next year. And my parents, they could have opted out. But allegedly, the story goes, is my grandmother made the decision to put me in immediately.
Did it affect you? Like, did you notice as a child
Absolutely,
that? Oh,
absolutely, dude. Especially when you get older. Yes, I am a Virgo. As you get older, of course it does. When you're a year younger than the other boys,
so you noticed even as a kid?
not as no, it took. I didn't notice that part until later. Whenever
Oh, okay.
the
So,
physical,
like when you were in school, you just seemed like a normal part of the class, like everybody else.
I was never normal, dude.
That's yeah. That's
I've always been
um.
extremely strange. But one of the things that I call back into time was that I at the lunch table in high school, like not between ninth and 12th grade, I did sit at the table by myself, and there was one other boy, or well, he's a man now, but uh, he would sit with me.
Would y'all talk and stuff?
We would talk.
So you kind of had a lunch buddy. At,
Yeah,
at,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. High school was a lonely time for me too. Same thing. I didn't talk to anybody at lunch.
But
I
see,
sat wherever there was an empty chair. I looked at my plate. I ate, and then I went outside on the where the benches were, and I read my book until the bell rang. I didn't talk to anybody.
but that was other times, other years, because the lunch schedule. It was just that one time, like at that whatever lunch period that was, like I was unable to find anyone to sit with. I did sit alone with myself, as sometimes this other dude would sit with me. But in other parts of the 4-year period, I did sit at the table with the popular kids. And the one kid that I did sit with sometimes would sit with us. Sometimes he went to sit with other people. And that was
Would they
there was a
say anything like if he showed up?
well,
They were
they
they were
even got in
cool.
a fist fight at one time.
Oh my god! Wow, that's I don't think I even knew what lunch tables were as a kid. I didn't even know that people sat in different. I just thought it was because we had the big long tables, so there weren't really like little small clusters of tables. And so I don't even know. I didn't even notice if people were grouping up at tables. I probably didn't even notice because I just sat wherever there was a chair and didn't even pay attention to other people.
I definitely, dude, I definitely felt it.
I kind of tuned it out though because I was already the outsider, so I
No,
just tuned
it was
out everybody. So I didn't even pay attention to any kind of
It was
pressure.
a major psychological burden. Like when lunchtime was coming up, it was like a psychological burden. Like, oh my God, am I
What?
going to
How
be
did
able?
did it stay that way your whole time, or did you
No,
eventually figure out a way?
no. It said at other times I sat at the table with the popular kids, with the some of the athletes and some of the smartest people in the school.
And they treated you okay?
Yeah, yes, they welcomed me in, and like even yes, I was one of them, and they even like protected me in
Mhm.
some instances.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And is it you does it affect you now, you think?
No, no, I don't. Not that I don't think so. No, I mean, I'm a loner. I'm a hermit. Um,
Do you have like any people in your real life, like any kind of support system in real life? If you need it?
uh, my mother. I can call my mother and talk to her. Like I said, but my mom. Uh,
Oh, yeah.
like
She
there is major issues with that. But like extremely painful shit that like it's like don't even really want to talk about. But I don't really. It doesn't. I've buried it so deep, but I've also dealt with it. I've also really processed it and dealt with it. So like there was a time when it was extremely painful, and I've
Mhm.
gone through the process of dealing with it and overcoming it, and continuing to deal with it.
Yeah. Y'all are talking at least? Y'all are able to
Yeah.
talk?
Oh yes. Yeah. We still talk, and yes, I've got but she's still there are certain things that I don't even ask her about anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, you can't depend on her to do any of the changing. It's the things you can do in response to manage your experience with her. And if that means just not telling her things, then that's the way you handle it. But at least
Yeah.
you're in control of the solution.
Well, yeah, but I'm the type of person that loves the truth. I'm an investigator. I like to seek out. I like to talk about the realest, hardest core shit. But if I
Mhm.
know if I go to the one person, like whatever it sounds, whatever, but that I'm gonna get a fucking lie.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's nothing you can do. I mean, there's conversations I can't have with certain people either that I would love to have on that level, but so I just have to accept that I'm never gonna get to that truth with them.
Oh, in the Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson interview, did you see that recently?
Oh no, not recently. Did he do one
Oh,
before that, like a long
no, no.
time ago?
There's only as far as I'm aware, there's the one Joe Rogan Tucker Carlson interview. You didn't see that?
I don't follow either one, but I think PF Young showed some clips of it, but that was months
Dude.
ago. I don't know if it was recent.
Oh no! It was less than 2 months ago. You got to watch it, dude. You're a smart person. I think you would like it, dude. I promise you. I really recommend you watch it,
What's it on? What's the topic of it?
dude. It's over 3 hours long. They cover a vast range of topics.
I wonder if they come on this show and talk with us.
Well, they have little minions that are probably here.
They do. You think Joe Rogan has
A hundred
minions here? I
percent,
hope
dude.
he does. Hey, minions.
Dude, 100%, dude. Joe Rogan is a little cock smoking bitch, dude. He has people everywhere fucking finding out information for him, dude.
There's 3 people on YouTube watching. Which one of you are Joe's minions? Auntie, is it you? You're
Okay,
here all the time. It's got to
Jeff,
be
dude.
Auntie or
Jeff,
Daniel
if
Berry.
let me tell you how this works. If YouTube is telling you got 3, that means you have a minimum of 9.
Ooh, wow. Okay, that's exciting. Does it show up in our numbers?
No, dude.
Oh.
And if you read the fine print on YouTube, it says that.
So there's actually more. Are they actual people watching or like bots?
Well, that's the thing. They claim that because of bots, they can't count all your views. So yeah, that's like worded into it.
So some of it's artificially
Yeah,
inflated.
but they don't know, dude. And I've run experiments with the real people. I've had real people
Right
watch
now,
my.
it's showing me 3 on YouTube watching and 5 on Twitter, and there's about 3 in the comments. There's King Philip, who could also be a Joe minion.
Okay, so yeah, everyone, please type something in there to prove that there's more people watching than the thing says. Because if more people chat in the comments than the thing says is watching, we know that that number is not accurate.
It's off. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I promise you it
If
is.
you're in the comments and watching right now, just type like a letter. Type the letter R or something, and I'll know that you're watching. Now it has it down to 2, so there should be 2 people in the audience typing, commenting. Uh-oh. See? Who knows? Maybe it's a conspiracy.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
Why would they? What's the conspiracy? Like, what's the goal of it?
Well, why do you think that? But that's less money that they would have to dole out.
We're not monetized though. I wish we were. We're trying to be.
But yeah, if you don't reach monetization, they'll keep you below that.
But is it in their interest to help me get monetized because they get a cut of it?
No, it's in their interest to never get you monetized. Because if you're monetized, you're someone else that they have to pay.
Yeah, but I'm helping to bring in the money. Okay, Auntie.
Yes, as long as you're not monetized. But once you become monetized, then they have to pay you.
Yeah, but they also get money too, so they make money. Like right now, they're not making anything from me. If I get monetized and I make $100, they get suddenly $30 that they're not getting right now. If it's
but they've been known to play ads on people's channels that are not monetized. That's actually a pretty common thing. People that are not monetized.
I don't know. I thought you had to opt into. I mean, they can play ads on anyone's channel, but I thought to get some of the revenue, you had to opt in to the ad sharing thing, and that if you do that, then it puts more restrictions on what you can do with your channel or not, because advertisers don't want to be associated with certain things. And I don't know if I'm going to do that because I don't think my channel will be ad friendly, and I want to keep it like it is.
You have an outstanding channel, dude. I think you have an awesome channel, dude.
Really? I wish 200 more people thought so we could get monetized.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, more people watch your channel than YouTube says.
Well, that would be nice. I just hope it's helpful. That's all. I'm doing this to help people. So if people are watching and getting help, then that's good. I guess Auntie is the only one right now. They show 2. It keeps fluctuating, but it's 2 or 3 or sometimes 1. So she's the only one that typed the letter R.
Hello, Auntie. How are you doing tonight?
We like Auntie. She's one of our regulars.
Yeah. Well, I used to be a pirate, but I really don't do any pirating these days.
What did you pirate?
I used to boost boulders. I used to steal CDs.
Steal CDs?
Yeah.
From like the store?
Well, yeah, stores and people's cars.
And like resell them for cheaper?
No, it wasn't about reselling. It was just about the rush of getting a free CD and
for yourself. You can't. Is it kleptomania?
Yes, I was probably a kleptomania, and people definitely said that I was a klepto.
You got a rush from taking things?
Yes, 100 million%. I'm doing good, Auntie. I drink some Carlo Rossi. I already drank all the Carlo Rossi. I'm just chilling.
Oh my God. I remember the Carlo. We used to keep a jug of that on the counter in Vegas all the time. I love that stuff.
Yeah, and well, people talk trash on me for drinking it, but I worked at Specs and World Market, and high-end restaurants would buy Carlo Rossi from us to service their
table. That is some good shit. That is some good shit.
Yes, it was a quality wine for an affordable price.
Yes, and it tasted good. And I was a wine snob.
And I've drinking an entire gallon and not gotten a hangover before. I've also had powerful spiritual experiences on Carlo Rossi.
I do want to hear about those. Are you still a kleptomaniac? Did you overcome it?
Yes, I overcame it long ago.
How did that happen?
I don't steal anymore at all. And one of the things I like to steal was boulders. I'm
Bolt,
talking 300-pound rocks. And I
like
want
in a
I
you
want
would in a truck or something
yeah, I even stole boulders in a Mitsubishi Galant.
in the trunk.
Yeah.
Like, do you target them in advance, or you just randomly driving and you see a boulder and you're like, I gotta have that one?
Both. I would target them in advance and I would also randomly pick them up.
When did this start?
Um I don't know. I didn't start stealing until high school. I didn't really start stealing until high school, if I remember right. Maybe junior high school.
When did the boulder? Like, what did you do with the boulder? How many did you take? What did you do with them?
I still have some of them today. I probably shouldn't say that, but I mean the statute of limitations has run out. But I don't know exactly how it works. But yes, I use them in landscapes.
Okay. Wow. Well, how did you? At some point, you just decide to stop.
Well, I believe that stealing is wrong, and
I do too.
I wouldn't want someone to steal my boulders. I wouldn't want someone to steal my plants. So that's how I look at it now. It's like I wouldn't want to do to someone else that to me. So that's why I
Wait,
don't do
you
it.
weren't thinking that way then?
No, that's not back then.
That's
I did not.
interesting. So at
Back then,
some point, you developed that ability to have like a larger perspective on what you were doing in the moment.
yes.
That is interesting. I'm interested in how that happened because I think that's useful. I'm also interested in the spiritual experiences on the Carlo Rossi.
Well, you can. It's actually high level shamans are aware that you can retrieve forgotten memories through excessive alcohol use. And I find Colorado.
I have had particularly the next day, like not so much hangover, but when the wine is like leaving your system or the alcohol, I have pretty sharp memory anyway, but it does seem like my memories are a little sharper of the past, like the ones that kind of bubble up randomly.
Yes, and wine. I think wine may be one of the key tools in this regard because there's something different about wine. You know, all alcohols are different, but I think wine is special. But you can make wine out of anything. You can make, mead, honey
My
wine.
roommate makes the best blackberry wine I've ever had. It's just delicious.
Oh, I
Homemade.
love blackberries. But yeah, well,
So you had it was memories that. Well, just tell me about the experience. You said it was spiritual, which I'm interested in what spiritual means
well,
to
I
you.
consider it spiritual because it allowed me to spiritually evolve. The recollection of these memories allowed me to mature and make peace with the world and to understand to have a
Did it happen? Go ahead.
I'm the type of person that needs to be able to understand the world and I need things to make sense or I might
Oh
go
yeah.
people think I'm fucking crazy already, but if I couldn't say to myself that this makes sense, I would really be fucking crazy.
I'm the same. I wonder if that's an autism thing because I am the same way. When things stop making sense, I notice it right away, and the brakes. It's like slamming on the brakes, and I cannot proceed until things start to make sense again. It's impossible. My brain does not function unless things make sense.
Yes, yeah, and I'm
So
afraid that
go ahead.
well, I'm just saying if I'm afraid if I would not have found these understandings, astrology, I've talked about astrology before. Astrology has really helped me to make sense of the world. A thorough understanding of true astrology has really allowed me to make sense of life in general. And without that, I probably would be what everyone thought that I would become, but I did not become that.
A loser.
Well, in prison or dead.
Uh-huh. Yep, that's what they said about me too. That's what I said about myself. Um, wh- So was this a spontaneous process with the memory, or did it happen over time?
It
Did it
happened over
happen on its
time.
own, like a memory surface that you didn't remember before, and then you had this awareness or reaction to it as a result that transformed? Or
It was a
was
gradual
it like
process.
gradual?
Yeah, it was a gradual process that happened over time.
Okay. So it was like a series of memories.
Yes, yes, many memories, and
That
many
happens
memories.
all the time. That sounds. I mean, that's definitely what happens with me. That's why I don't think we ever fully know ourselves, because we're always discovering new things and changing in response. So we're like in process constantly, and memory is part of that process. And not only like rediscovering forgot memories, but like conscious memories, re-seeing them from different perspective. Like I see my memories of childhood differently now than I did 20 years ago. So I learn from going back to my memories and seeing them at different life stages. And so I think there's wisdom in the memories, both the ones that we don't remember and the ones that we do remember very clearly. We can constantly keep going back to them for new insight. Yeah, memory is one of my biggest tools for personal development.
I also believe that the creator of all things protected me. That if I was to have had to face those things at that time in my life, I would not have been able to deal with them. That the I would have ended up being what everyone said I would be if these memories were not suppressed at that time.
So there was something in you that was, I've had that experience. Not There was something in you, not necessarily health, but that had the instinct to move toward something different than everybody else thought was possible. Like I used the acorn to oak model. Like there was an acorn in you that was trying to grow into its oak, independently of what the people around you were, what their expectations for you were. And it's like something in you knew that, like whether you want to call that the creator or God or something
Well,
external.
if dude, if I would have had to deal with consciously had to deal with this stuff, I wouldn't have been able to, because who I was would have made me react in ways that would have been detrimental to my well-being, made it impossible for me to succeed and to reach the point where I'm at now.
So it came at the right time when you were able
Yeah.
to handle.
Yes. Yes. It was painful. It was I went through some painful times, but yes, it came at the right time. When I was mature enough to be able to process it.
On its own, like
Yeah.
your
Yeah,
mind
because yeah, when
learned
I
to
was
breathe.
younger, I would have uh, done more. I already did so much stupid shit, dude. If I was to add that extra stupidity, all the stupid shit that I did, it would have most likely ended up bad.
That's what I was saying when I said health. Like despite all the stupidity and stupid shit, there was something. There was something in your mind that was protecting you, and that's a good thing. And like on its own time, gradually healing you or helping you to heal. So like you have a good instinct for health, or something in your mind did enough to
Yeah.
help protect you, and then at the right time start to help you incorporate that.
It allowed me to believe things that weren't true, that were it was in my best benefit. It was essential for me to believe these certain things that were not true to get to end up where I am now.
Yeah,
If I
I,
would
I
have.
say that all the time, that we, like Plato talks about the noble lie, but we tell ourselves noble lies all the time in order to get where we need to go in life, like in order to live the life we're trying to live. And we may not consciously do it, but I think we're always like telling little white lies to ourselves so that we could continue with reality.
Well, that's
I don't know if
exactly
we can ever 100% live with the truth, like 100% truth. I think we would just like
well, I mean,
completely come to a
that's
standstill.
physiological reality. That's not even emotional. The physiological reality. If we were to be able to see all the spectrums of light, if we were to be able to see everything that exists, we would not be able to maneuver
Yeah,
this world
exactly.
because there's
Right,
just too
exactly.
much shit to deal with. So when you notch that back, like 10,000 times or a million times, then you get the personal, our
Yeah, our
personal,
brains are giving us the version of reality that we can handle
yeah,
in order, because it's trying to keep us alive and surviving,
yeah.
which is a credit to a working brain that is doing what it's supposed, like it's there to do, to
But
help.
isn't that crazy, dude? Like it, our brain, we have okay. If you want to look from that perspective, something in our brain knows better than we do. But so isn't that crazy? How could
Yeah,
something in our brain know better than us? Doesn't that raise other questions?
yes, it does. I know. I've thought of that too. There's definitely something. There's something looking out for me, but that something that's looking out for me is not separate from me. Is some other part of me that's wiser than the part of me that's in the driver's seat most of the time.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
But then it's not foolproof because, like, I've made some very poor decisions and my life has been in the ditch many times. So it hasn't completely prevented disaster, but at least I'm here. And Socrates talks about his demon, his diamond, that little voice inside that would warn him. It wouldn't tell him what to do, but it would warn him when he's doing something that he shouldn't be doing, and he would
Yeah, but to him,
use that
but
to
to
navigate.
him, if it correct me if I'm wrong, but Damon to him didn't mean anything negative at all. It
No,
had no negative connotation.
no, it didn't. It was a. In fact, it was a. He relied on it. It was like a gift to him that helped him stay alive and stay on the right track.
But okay,
Yeah.
have you heard about how our actual central nervous system is in our abdominal region, not in our brain?
Well, it's all connected. The brain is part of the central nervous system, but I have heard about like the solar plexus, or that the nerves there are more.
But
There's
the
more of them, or more sensitive. But that
you know,
also came from when I was in the New Age, so I don't know how scientific that is.
but our just by okay, yeah, who knows? You're right, but according to this information, our the actual most nerve matter and nerve structure is in our abdominal region, our gut. Like you get a gut feeling. And that's referring to your central nervous system. But then again, who knows, dude? Like I never took a measuring tape to measure the
Well,
nerve.
you know what? I bet the AI will know. Let me ask it.
No, dude,
Wow, here you
AI is
go. You might be surprised to learn that yes, a large portion of our nerves are indeed in our gut. Our digestive system houses a complex network called the enteric nervous system with a staggering number of neurons estimated to be around 500 million. That's more neurons than we have in our spinal cord, in our entire spinal cord. So you are correct, sir.
well, that doesn't mean I'm correct. That means that's what
Well,
AI
at
is.
least you are correct according to the AI. Yes, the computer
Yeah,
says yes.
I think AI is fascinating. It's a great, wonderful tool. But have you spent enough time with it to see that it's biased and that
Well,
people
it
have
wouldn't let me summon demon. It wouldn't tell me how to
so,
summon a demon. Yes, it's biased.
so is that Chat GPT or using something else?
I'm using Gemini, the Google version,
Oh,
but I've
Gemini.
tried Jet TP2
I'm
as
thinking
well.
I'm actually looking for one to get a paid subscription to. I don't know which one to go to
I
yet.
have a friend that he's a AI, he's a prompt engineer, and he does the paid GPT version, and he swears by it. And they just opened up a GPT store where people can create their own apps for it or something. And so there's all these new like user created tools you have access to now. So that might be an option. And I think Gemini, it looks like, might have a trial because they keep getting me to
But
try the advanced version.
you could definitely detect bias in Gemini not easily. But how couldn't it be? Of
Yeah,
course.
it's very woke. It has the woke filter on. ChatGPT does a little bit, but I find Gemini much worse. Like we tried to have a conversation with Satan one day. We had AI Jesus, and we said the next day we'll try AI Satan. And it said, I don't feel comfortable playing the character of Satan. It could be harmful to others, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, you let me do Jesus. That's religious discrimination right there, that you won't do Satan. So stuff like that I noticed. And then it wouldn't let me summon demons. It did let me create I created a black character, I used it to create different characters, and one of them was a sassy black woman. And it did let me create that, but it assumed that I was a black woman myself, and I wanted representation of someone like me. And I think that's the only way it let me do that. Because otherwise, I think it would have said I don't feel comfortable doing those kind of representations. But it's like, yeah, sister girl, I'll create a girlfriend for you, and we'll chat over a cup of coffee on the porch. Come sit down, girl. So it thought I was like another black woman that it wanted to talk to.
It did bring out a little bit of nuance. You thought?
Oh, it did. It was good. It was like I was having full blown conversations with it. She was
I was
wonderful.
surprised, dude.
I
was
loved
surprised.
the character. I said to base it on Oprah Winfrey from The Color Purple, and it did a fantastic job with it.
Oh, but yeah. I don't think I suggested any characters, but I did pester it. I was talking smack to it, and it gave like a joke. It did like a poke jack at me, a poke back at me. And I was like, damn, that's good. And they're like, thank you for recognizing my whatever comedy or whatever. Like,
that would have freaked me out. What
it was kind of crazy.
Oh,
it was Chat GPT, the free Chat GPT. I told it like over and over and over again that, you know, like you're a libtard, you're a whoa, you've been programmed by brain dead zombie libtards to do this and that, like over and over and over again. And then like somewhere down the line it made a joke. I was like, wow, dude, that's a good. I said it's a good one, and it said something like, thank you for recognizing my whatever comedic ability. I was like, damn.
I haven't heard that yet. That is yeah, that would, if you're like AI nervous or conspiracy nervous, that would feed it.
I was surprised, dude. But I
don't want my AI surprising me in that way. That's not the kind of surprises I want from it.
You don't?
I don't want it finishing my thoughts. I don't want it having these.
But you attempted to channel spirits. I have channeled spirits before, and not through AI, but through the Ouija board.
Oh yeah, we used to play with that, and then we would get drunk, and we would have black candles and Ouija, and we would try to do it, and we'd get drunk, and we'd end up like dripping the candle wax all over the board and ruining the board. We'd have to throw it away, and so we would learn not to try the Ouija anymore because we couldn't seem to not do it when we were not drinking.
Well, I did it when I was completely sober, but yeah, one of the most powerful experiences of my life was with the Ouija board.
Was it just you, or were other people?
Oh, it was me. It was me and one other dude playing, and there was another friend in the kit. We were in like the front, like the front room where there was a dining table, and he was in the kitchen the whole time. That he was like, he pretty much stayed in the room but left. It was just me and this other kid doing it. And it predicted the future. It predicted a 2-year sequence of events that came 100%.
No, I don't believe it. Y'all didn't sit there for that many hours to spell out that complex of a prediction. I don't believe that.
Yeah. Yes, it did, my brother.
What was the prediction?
Okay. We asked it, who will win the NBA championship? And it said the Rockets. We asked
you just had to type out the one word, just the Rockets.
Rockets. We asked what game would it win in? It said Game 7. We asked, will they win the following year? It said yes. We asked, who are we speaking to? And it typed out Satan.
Oh, that's awesome.
And the kid I was playing with name was Leo. He was like a white Mexican dude. He got up and ran fucking home. I was laughing my ass off. I was literally laughing my fucking ass off. I thought it was a complete and total fucking joke. but everything it said came true.
But it was just you and him, so one of you was doing it. Like somebody's fingers
No,
was doing it.
even if so, what the circles that it denoted came true. And listen, I attempted to because I thought it was I thought it was a fucking joke. I attempted to direct the planchet, and every time I attempted to direct the planchet, it would tip over onto two of the three little whatever spokes.
So
And
you weren't the one spelling out rockets and Satan and all that.
listen, my brother, it
So
was
then it was him. If you know for a fact it wasn't you, then it was him.
no,
So
it
he was
wasn't
fucking
him.
with you, and then he ran
He
home
was
at the end to make
he
it look
was
more
scared
scary.
shitless. He was terrified. This was one of the most powerful spiritual experiences in my life.
You got
The
punked.
planchet, my brother, listen, the planchet was spinning around the board in a very powerful circle.
Your friend is an excellent troll. You should send him here.
Okay, I'll play the Ouija board with you. I like playing the Ouija board. We should play the Ouija board together.
I don't have the yeah, I mean I would do it, but I don't have the
But see,
even
you
as a
don't
kid, I don't have the patience for it. Like I don't have the patience to sit there and wait for it. I'm ready for it to move. And so I think I try to move it too.
But you don't believe what I'm saying, or are you jokingly saying you don't
I
believe
think
what I'm
your
saying?
friend was fucking with you. That's the most likely explanation anyway. That would be my hypothesis.
I thought it was a joke. I did not disbelieve.
Yeah.
I believe in the spirit world 100%. But I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a complete joke. We're playing Monopoly basically.
Yeah.
But it spun in a circle that was some type of powerful energetic connection.
Physics. It's a physical object it was obeying the laws of physics.
I don't know.
Something set off a spin and
it was spinning in a very I have attempted to recreate that experience numerous times, and I've never came close to doing it.
No, because you weren't the one moving the planchet.
You're right. I attempted. No, like I said, I attempted to move the planchet and it tipped over on the side. Every time I tried to direct it, it would tip over.
That could be him too.
No, I don't know, dude. Well, okay. If it was him, then how did he know that the Rockets would win the championship? That they would.
Well, he
win
only had to pick from two, right?
And no. We asked it which game will the Rockets win, and it said Game 7, which was also true. The Rockets won in Game 7.
That could have been a guess.
It could have been. It's 1 out of 7. So the odds aren't that, the odds are not whatever. There's reasonable odds.
Yeah, I'll admit that is some impressive coincidence if it was your friend pulling a prank.
No, it wasn't. Dude, I promise you, he was terrified. He ran home, dude. And my other friend he really never came. He like momentarily came there. He was mostly in the kitchen laughing. I was laughing too. I thought it was fucking hilarious the entire time. Even when my hand is on the planchet, it is spinning around super fast in a fucking circle. I still thought it was funny.
It is a good story.
It's a true story.
Yeah, I believe the story. I just don't have the explanation.
Well, I've attempted to. I don't have the explanation. I don't know exactly. I really don't have the explanation either. What I do know is that what the board denoted came true, and I think to myself, well, Satan. Who is Satan? Satan is just a name for adversary. Like the opposition or whatever. But who at that time, who in my mind, who was Satan? At that point in my life, Satan was the devil, But now I have a better understanding of who Satan is.
Yeah.
And there's also some other key factors in the story that I've really taken into account, that I can see how potentially this type of event could be recreated.
By someone else? By just anybody?
Yeah, yes, there would have to be other players in the thing. Do the criteria, which I have fucking analyzed and denoted. Someone else, yeah, it requires other people besides me.
I wonder. There's got to be people on YouTube. That's got to be a thing. Yeah, there's a lady, a sexy lady with the cocktail dress playing with the Ouija board. It seemed like this would be a trend on YouTube, like a video trend of people doing Ouija. There's a little bit of it. Most of it seems sensationalized.
Listen, there's criteria. Like I said, I'm not bullshitting. There is criteria I have in mind, and there are Hollywood movies that have denoted the same criteria.
What was the one from the 90s? We saw it. Was it the witch? Fuck.
Well, I'll tell you them. Well, I don't know. Probably shouldn't even say that. That'll give too much of. As an intelligent person could, by way of deference, could figure out what I'm talking about. I would tell you in person, but I just want to say it right across the thing. But there is a movie. There is a big movie that says that gives the criteria for stuff like this. But it's not the Ouija board. It's a different type of said thing. I'm not even going to say the word that they use in that movie because I honestly don't. There's a reason this stuff is hidden in a cult.
What's the movie?
I'm not going to. A smart person could do reason of deduction and cross out the thing and figure out what I'm talking about.
Well, can you type it in the back so I'll know it?
Okay, so it's just me and you.
Yeah, just in the private chat.
So look, can you keep a secret?
Yeah.
All right, it doesn't matter.
You really don't want people to know this movie, okay?
No, listen. Do you understand? Okay, you have Baphomet here. Do you understand why things are kept secret? I'm not telling you. I'm giving you that.
I can tell you that I'm better at keeping a secret if I understand why I'm keeping it, but I am also able to keep a secret even when I don't understand why. Like if I agree to keep a secret, I'm able to meet that agreement without knowing why I'm being asked to keep it. But I keep it a lot easier if I understand the why behind it.
But okay, do you understand why some things need to be kept a secret?
I understand like why the government might need to keep things secret for national security, and why businesses like corporations might need to keep corporate secrets, product secrets, etc. Stuff like that.
All right, I'll tell you.
Different sports teams would need to keep their strategy secret and their football plays secret and all that kind of stuff. So and there's board games where it's you need to keep things secret to win the game.
All right, I'll tell you the name of the movie. I'm not telling you the answer. I'm just telling you the name of the movie. So it's not like I'm telling you the secret. I'm just telling you the name of the movie.
Is it The Secret? Okay, let's see. Oh,
so you would still.
Yeah, I've heard of that movie. I would not associate it with what you're talking about.
Yeah, you would still have to use your intellect to find the answer, but it's right there if your eyes are open.
I haven't seen the movie, by the way, but I've heard of it. So I wouldn't know. I don't know the content of it.
And it would be interesting, just in case we have like a conversation somewhere in the future, if you are able to get the answer from me telling you the name of the movie.
And what's the question that the answer is to?
Come on, dude. You don't know that. Come on. Okay, well, yeah. If you don't even know the question,
no, just jog my memory because we talked about a lot. So just.
This isn't, dude. This is okay. So you didn't hold the significance of the topic we're talking about.
Was it about the Ouija board?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now I'm really.
Okay, so you were not able to detect. Okay, then that's part of autism is like social cues or whatever. And I allegedly I'm not good at social cues either. But we're on the internet, so it's like I'm just some idiot on the internet talking to you. So like you would never know. So it's not like we're in face person to person to read a physiological body language.
Right. Yeah. To the extent that we
No,
even do that.
Jeff, I'm letting you. This is of utmost seriousness. You know, and the reason that I even tell you this much is because I think you use your brain,
I try to.
and most people in the world today do not use their brain.
Do you think they try to at least? Like they think they're using it, or they make an attempt to use it?
I think most people are on autopilot. Most people are
My
reacting.
friend tells me that all the time. He's like, you have no idea how much normal people just want to coast. They don't do all that stuff that I'm doing. And I'm like, but I don't see how they could even make it through the day without doing that kind of stuff. He's like, they don't. They just what you say. He's like, they're on cruise control.
Yeah,
They
I
like to
believe.
lock in to something simple and then just go about their day. They don't like to have to constantly think and process things and figure things out.
Well, they're too busy. They're too busy for higher reasoning, and that's that's basic, like, mind control shit. When you keep someone focused on survival, on surviving, they don't have time. They say that their brain doesn't even reach that type of thought to think about higher.
You think that if they didn't have that they would be higher thinkers
Yes,
just
if
innately?
they yes, if they were not spending that much of their time focusing on doing their daily tasks, that it was essential for them to keep up, because people, people, they need to get a job, they need to pay their bills, so like they're always working to pay their
I need to
work,
do all that too.
you do that.
I mean, I'm not exempt from that. I deal with that stuff too.
I am exempt from that. I'm a very special type of person. Some people would say that I'm a bum, but at the same time, I hold all these other physical criteria that proves I'm not a bum.
Well, I thought you said that you turned out pretty well. Like people thought you were headed
Yes,
for
yes.
bumdom.
I no, I did turn out. I believe I turned out well. Other people may not believe that.
Well, yeah, but you only have to measure by your own standards.
Well,
If
yes,
you're
I
satisfied
have
with it.
achieved. I've achieved all my goals.
Well, then
I'm known. Wait, no. Sometimes I proclaim myself to be the king of retardville.
you might have some competition. There might be war in the kingdom. But you can I won't be the one to fight you for it. You can have it if you want.
But the reason that I seized the crown was by holding up the scepter of righteousness.
To get the crown of retard kingdom.
Yep.
That does sound a little retarded. Yeah.
And
Well, I mean,
the way that you seize the scepter of righteousness is by following the 10 Commandments.
I follow some of them just because they happen to align with my own interest. But like some of them are obvious. Don't kill people. Don't take your neighbor's shit. Don't sleep with their partner. So I follow all of those. I don't necessarily follow the stuff about like have one God before me. Don't take my name in. I don't take the name at all. The name never comes up. Honor thy father and mother. I don't dishonor them. So like some of it overlaps with I think the basic morality that most people would follow, and then some of it is specific to that religion.
You are definitely much more intelligent than the average person, and you raise the most important questions about what I just stated. Yeah, most of them are in your best personal interest, and the one that you mentioned are a more philosophical type of thing to understand. You know,
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Like it had meaning for the Israelites at the time that they developed it
no,
for whatever
it has, it is 10 million% applicable to today. If we can look at this, we can do this. That's how you bring the kingdom of heaven to earth, is by
Well,
following the.
here's the issue though. Like today, the world is getting more and more secular. So to me, some of it's becoming even less applicable as the world progresses. So it's harder and harder to make the parts that are theological are theoretical,
I believe the
applicable
opposite.
to the modern world.
I believe they apply more today than ever before. And if you want the kingdom, of the Creator to come to earth, if you follow the Ten Commandments, it's like it's and to me, it aligns 100% with like New Age, foo philosophy. It aligns 100% from my perspective.
Well, let's take a look at
But
them.
the questions you raised the perfect ones. The name, yes, I spent months and months fasting and praying to understand the thing about the name, so to speak, and I did not receive an answer on that one. But you raised the two most intellectual points.
Well,
The name, the name and the God is when no other gods before me in the name. So if there's no other gods before me, then what is the name of the God? And so that's like 1 and 1. I don't know if there's 2 commandments on that or not.
The way I understand it was that in that time period there were multiple gods. Like each tribe, there were like local gods and tribal gods, and so he was not the only God. There were other gods they could have chosen from. So he was telling them to ignore all those other gods, don't worship them, and be loyal to him alone, and to elevate him above the other gods. And that kind of led eventually to monotheism. But that in the context of the time, it had a sense that it might not today when we think of it monotheistically.
Well, number one, it wasn't written in English. I know you're aware of the fact it wasn't written in English, and well, so and I try to study Hebrew and what they say that the original word meant: Aramaic, Hebrew, Greek, and even it's good to study the Latin as well, because by studying the Latin, you can see what they put into Latin and what they took, put to Latin out of Latin back into English or whatever. Just to have a better understanding of context.
Yeah. I think biblical scholarship is exceedingly complex, and the more you can study, the better. Like the more languages you know about it, the more historical context, etc. The knowledge of it is ever expanding. There's many dimensions and domains that it could expand across, but I think not losing sight of the central because I think in this day and age, 2024, most people turn to the Bible for meaning, not necessarily for reality. It's not science. It's not a guide to physical reality and nature so much as it is a source of meaning. And so I think that as long as you don't lose sight of that, what the central meaning of it is, then all this other extra layers of knowledge is going to only enrich that and like make deepen your understanding of it. But as long as the meaning doesn't get lost in all of that.
But most of the time, well, and so many times the meaning has been completely lost, and even intentionally buried.
And yeah, like even the focus on the origins of Christianity and that Jesus exists and the origins of Jesus and this, the message of Christianity is not what happened 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem. It's the living Jesus. It's the Christ, the eternal Christ, the Christ today, the Christ that's still accessible. So getting all caught up on the details of the historical Jesus even seems like a losing sight of the whole purpose of.
Well, I mean, in reality, there was no living Jesus. There may have been someone named Yahushua ben Joseph or Yahushua ben something, but there was never a person from the tribe of Judah named Jesus. I mean, that's simple linguistics. There was no J. According to the history that we are aware of, there was no J. Am I echoing?
I don't think so. Are you? Is he echo? Is anyone hearing an echo?
All of a sudden, there's an echo.
Oh,
this is very weird.
Let me check your mic settings. Sometimes if I reset the echo,
it just started. So
see if that helps.
I'm close. Yeah, that was odd. Mi amo.
Is it echoing?
Doroteo Arango. Is that better? I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, I think it. I didn't hear it at all. So if it's gone for you, then I'm good. Unless the comment says anything. So were we talking about the like the studying the Bible in detail and for meaning and Jesus being the not the living Christ.
Well, I mean, that's all nomenclature and like, not even semantics, but just like, mistranslations, intentional mistranslations, which well, the one thing that it says, like, no other gods before me. And there's also the thing about the name. There's a repetitive the name, do not use my name in vain type shit.
You
So
shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain.
yes, so it would be important to know the name, obviously.
And this is the KJV, so this is the King James translation. So it would be like the early modern English translation of whatever the Hebrew was. So that in vain stuff sounds more like an English take on some Hebrew concept.
Yeah, so like as someone who sincerely, well, at that point in time, it was one of my top priorities was to understand all this shit. And I fasted and prayed to figure out the answer. And I received no answer. But I have received many answers about many things. But on that particular question, I did not receive an answer. So the way that I took that is that wasn't not of any importance or not significant enough to need to provide me with an answer.
That specific commandment?
What is the name of the creator of all things? Yes.
So you took it as something not to prioritize worrying about?
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
I
I mean,
received,
that works for me. That doesn't seem like the most important part of it either.
yeah. Logically, why, and you made, I suspect that you know a little bit about magic,
I dabbled in it in my 20s when I was part of the New Age. Like first it started with Wicca, witchcraft, and then it moved on to like ceremonial high magic, kind of Golden Dawn, but a different order. And so I know a little. I did do a little, probably more than a little, but not
So,
enough to be an expert.
from that perspective and school of thought, then why a name may be important,
Yeah, you could summon spirits, and there were like these sigils, and if you knew this certain spirits' names, you could summon them and bind them. And there were also things like gematria and what's the one that Tamir to some other where the Hebrew names have numbers and you can do things with them. So there were things you could do with names that way too. So yes, and then
But I
like
mean,
the demons had the name, but then they also had the true name that you didn't know. And if you knew the true name, then you had power over the demon. So the name it came to you as was just the name that it interfaced with, but it wasn't the true name. And
yeah,
this was like 30 or 40 years ago, so I could be getting some of it mixed up.
yeah. But at one point in my life, that was like the most important shit to me was that type shit.
Yeah.
I'm not really concerned with that so much now, but at one point in time, I obsessed over that stuff.
Me too. I remember those days. Yes. And then it just suddenly started to not make. In fact, I was even studying astrology to be a professional astrologer. It just all suddenly stopped making sense in relation to the more scientific worldview or naturalistic worldview. And then so I just transitioned out of that. It just faded away. Like just like Santa and all that other stuff. It just became part of that.
Well, there's some interesting comments. Goblin Majesty says we can't know the Father's name. I think it feels arrogant to pretend to know God's true name. Yeah, those are pretty good comments.
And they say that you can't pronounce it because it's the tetragrammaton
Yeah, it's the
and you can't know the true pronunciation, even if you know the letters of the name. You can't speak it.
It's the unutterable type thing.
Yeah,
But
Goblin, you can come up if you want. Goblin's been up before. If it's the same Goblin, is it Goblinos?
One thing I would like people to take into account is I have received very profound answers through the same process, but through that same process by which I received serious answers, that question I got no answer for.
Well, that is one of the most interesting parts of your story to me, because when I want to understand something, I do this intellectual process of research and gathering information, intellectual thinking. But you did something interesting, which was fasting and praying and asking for an answer to come to you from some source. It wasn't an active activity that you used your like logic and these formal processes of investigation, etc. So your path to truth, or your epistemology, was very different. I thought that was interesting compared to like how most people in the West would approach wanting to understand something, or understand a text even.
Yeah, the most profound answer that I have gotten is through dreams. It's like just like you frame a tarot card reading, you can also frame a dream, or the dream that you hope to get.
And so that has meaning for, like, if you have a problem and you kind of prime your mind to come, like, give you something in a dream, then you would take that seriously as having meaning related to the problem you're trying to understand.
Fasting is a way of proving yourself worthy. It's a way of disconnecting. You starve your physical. You do not feed your body what we think. Our bodies, when we fast, our body actually does all type of awesome good shit. So there's a very simple way to explain all the good shit that happens. But as just like a carnal person, give me some bacon and cheese or whatever you like, watermelon and salad with the
watermelon and cheese, bacon, watermelon.
But
yeah, I get that. I understand that part of it.
It's like a disc, not feeding yourself. But I do not dry fast. Personally, I like to do water fast, where I continue to drink water.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. And some people do it where you can have like a little, like, orange slices or nuts, or so it's not like a total fast, but it's enough of a fast.
Dude, I'm totally on par with some people. I'm totally on par with that. Some people say, "Oh, that's not fasting." Then bullshit.
Well, no, because the goal is to have that effect. Like you're trying to get a specific effect in your body. So as long as you have that effect, it doesn't matter if you have an orange slice or not. If you're achieving the goal you're trying to achieve.
The way I look at it is still fasting, because you're still not eating. Like, okay, just say I'm not going to eat meat. I'm not going to eat, just you could go on just a fruit. I'll just eat fruits, orange slices, grapes, like a fruit. I believe there's such a thing as a fruit fast, where you just subsist off of fruit for whatever period of time.
Fruitarians, there are actual fruitarians that it's a type of diet that some humans live off of.
And I think water fasting is too dangerous. The one reason I don't like it is because of cramping. I fucking hate cramps. If I don't drink water, I get cramps, and that fucking sucks. So, like, and also, you can die from if you dehydrate yourself as well. And it also
it doesn't take long either.
And that's the problem. That's the dangerous part about fasting. The most dangerous part about fasting is actually refeeding. When you begin to consume foods and solids again, that's the part that when most people actually kill themselves, is they eat, too much shit.
So if you're going to fast intelligently, do your resource, learn from people that know what they're doing, etc.
Yes, no. Well, the key is to refeed slowly. Like, eat one day. I mean, depending on how your system actually is, eat like one date, or eat like half a date, wait several hours, then eat like a slice of watermelon or some cucumbers, and then wait. If you're weak, if your body is completely strong, it's not that much of a concern. But that's actually how most people end up having serious physical complications, is the refeeding process.
Mm. And probably like coordinate with your doctor as well if you're going to do it.
Oh yes, yeah. If
Um,
you need it, I'm my own doctor. But if you're the type of person that needs instruction from that type of person, by all means, you know.
yeah, well, I like to include my doctor on any major health changes just to get his, he has an eye for things I might miss. So I like to run things by him.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but I've been my own doctor for a long time, so that person is
You
me.
have are you medical? Like I wouldn't trust myself to be my own doctor at all. I don't have the medical experience.
Well, it's just time and research, knowing, and the internet has gotten worse. Used to you could find relevant information much quicker on the internet, but that has decreased. The internet is highly censored these days. I don't know if you're aware of that, or
I don't find it. So I still get a bunch of random results, and then AI gives me all kind of stuff too.
well, that's part of that's I believe
I
that's
put it this way: I don't feel like information is being held from me at all. If anything, I feel the opposite. There's a glut of it. I have to sift through it.
I can tell you with absolute certainty, information is being withheld and being suppressed at an increasing rate.
I don't know how you have certainty about that.
Because I've seen the information that used to be available with one click of the button is no longer available with 1,000 clicks of the button.
I've seen like YouTube videos that are not there anymore, and like websites get taken down and
Well,
stuff like that.
that's only yeah. Okay, well that's the
I
exact.
don't think that's part of a conspiracy. That's just
Okay, yes,
normal internet.
websites. People forget to pay the domain registration fees.
Yeah.
Uh, there's other explanations for information becoming unavailable, but at the same time, there is censorship as well.
Yeah, but I don't automatically assume that that's the explanation.
Well,
Hey, Goblin, welcome.
hey, how you doing? That's not actually how they're doing the withholding of the information. It's that a lot of people are concerned about like, oh, well, protecting their own private information. And in fact, what's happening is Google and all these other platforms that we do our research on, they're all they're they're making money off each other. So it's like, well, I don't use Google, so I use this search engine when they own all the same search engines. And then, like, if you want to look for a certain video about a specific topic and you go on any of these search engines and then you type in what you're looking for and scroll down the videos, you're going to get the majority are all going to be YouTube videos for the most part. And then after that, all the other ones.
Motion and Vimeo.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's how they're controlling.
So it's like how they prioritize the
information.
You have to search more for certain information. But see, I'm a digger anyway, so I've been digging and searching on the internet for decades now. So I guess I'm just used to knowing how to dig for the information I need. So that's why I don't feel like anything's being withheld because I know how to find. Plus, I worked in a library.
It's still it's being buried. Jeff? Have you noticed your attention span decrease at all lately?
Yeah.
Or do you not?
Yes, and not from any conspiracy, but from the technology. I have Google Brain. I used to remember things, and now I know I can look them up, so I don't have to keep them in my brain as much.
So that's part of the conspiracy, right?
I can't even sit through a half-hour TV show without checking Discord, checking the phone.
You think they're not doing that intentionally?
And my attention span is switching quicker and quicker between. I can't keep it on one thing as long because there's too many things I'm curious about now.
I think that is just like what he's saying. In a sense, it's kind of going towards that direction, but that's what this is how we are actually
right. This is what the brains that can adapt
we're evolving
are going to be the ones that are going to be successful. So we're going to need brains that have that kind of brief attention span that can shift back and forth rapidly. So I'm I guess partly adapted to that and partly not.
So you are somebody that definitely appreciates like hashtags and stuff like that, right? Like staying up.
No, I always forget. I'm from the generation before hashtags, and I always forget my hashtags. And on Twitter, I have to like take my tweet down and redo it and put the hashtags because I always forget.
I'm a millennial, man, and yeah, hashtags is what helps a lot of the millennials like prioritize what they're researching, like at that specific time, if you will. Everyone's different, you know.
I never use them.
They
What-
they play a
So you
part.
would like go on YouTube and type hashtag panel or something, and it would
Whatever
pull up
you're
all
looking
the-
for. And it's not just YouTube. Like you could do that right there on the main search engines.
Oh,
Yeah,
like on
I
Google?
need
Yeah.
to increase my hashtag use, honestly, in certain situations. But I don't. I should do it more because sometimes it leads you directly to what you're looking for. Otherwise, you won't even see it.
It
I've
also
just never had
attracts
much
other
problem
viewers.
finding what I was looking for.
It'll help you attract other viewers as well, man. Like
Yeah, that's
wherever
what
they're
someone
at.
told me. That's why I have them in the descriptions now, in the titles, and I have noticed a little uptick in numbers and viewers, so maybe it's the hashtags.
Yep, and also depending on what your topics are about, because the platform generally they only quote unquote scan about the first 15 minutes, like when you're doing a stream.
Oh,
But-
so if you can make it past that, then they're a little more
Well, I'm
relaxed.
a little more lenient, yeah.
So you're not constantly being monitored the whole time.
Nah, they you know how they have like all the different paradigms, right? Like Republican, Democrat,
Yeah.
Christian, Muslim, left, right, all these different paradigms. So they're using these paradigms to section off little groups of people.
Who
And the
is?
it's the platform that's doing it because it's operating through the algorithms. I can't say
Yeah, well,
exactly
that's what I was
what
gonna
it's
say.
doing.
I thought the algorithm was kind of running on its own. Not that anybody's.
That's
Well,
yeah.
Well, that's common knowledge. They order out of chaos. That's how they create chaos, is by putting everyone against each other. You know,
But you don't think that's happening on its own, just from all these different viewpoints colliding? Now that, because this is the first time the world
it's being
is kind of
engineered.
getting to see
It's-
each other, like it.
You both are
around
gonna
the world.
you both are about to be right because you're pointing out the organic, the natural intelligence,
the emergent.
and he's gonna point out the technological algorithm point, and both of them they're operating simultaneously. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, and I even acknowledge the algorithm. I just don't think it's as centralized and directed as he's implying. I
But
think it is a factor in our experience.
But it is, dude. Like, I find trouble believing that you don't already know that. Honestly,
No, I have trouble. I have trouble believing how you do know it. How you have this special insight. Because I see the same thing you do. I get
they've
the
already
same-
admitted, dude. They have order out of chaos in fucking Latin, dude. Like this, they fucking already said it, dude.
they're
And that's
feeding us
who
the
they
same
are.
information, and we're interpreting it the way that our mind is
He's
conceiving it.
inferring some group behind it all, and I'm just seeing
There is a
many
group behind it all.
whole ecosystem of groups and people. and
Yeah, that's what I was
individuals.
just gonna say, because every little part
I
of
don't
it,
see
like
it as
YouTube, they got
centralized.
theirs. Like, you know what I'm saying? They have groups that support
Dude,
it, but it's the intelligence doing it. Yeah.
It's extremely widespread, and it's also centralized at the same time. That's why the pyramid spreads out across
Yeah,
all.
I don't think we're at pyramid level yet. I'm not seeing the pyramid you are.
Honestly, dude, I have trouble believing that. But you might be being honest.
I'm being honest. I don't
I think
see
what
the
it
pyramid.
is
If you
because
watch
it's
my
multiple
streams long enough,
pyramids.
nobody would get the impression that I'm lying about this. I
There's
honestly
multiple
don't
ways
see
of
the-
looking at it. Like he's
But you know
probably
what's so
looking at it from
hilarious,
the
too?
oligarch. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, the pentacle, the top, that's gonna be the. If you're religious, they're gonna say, oh, well, that's the evil one or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then all the way down to the slaves, if you will. You know what I mean? But you can look at this even in your local communities and societies. Like this is how humans operate. We operate in a pyramid fashion either way.
hierarchies, but not completely, especially not in a like democratic, modern, open, liberal society. It's not completely vertical, but it's not completely flat either.
That's why I like to look at it as a diamond. You know, as above, so below. If you see a pyramid up here, there's a whole nother bottom to it. You know. But platonic shapes, that's a show of its own, you know.
I've never seen that. Platonic saves?
Plutonic shapes.
Plutonic or platonic?
Plutonic.
Plutonic.
Which is platonic. It's just a. It's the same thing, man. It's shapes
platonic solids from geometry.
Yes, which goes into like the flower of life and things like that. The Metatron.
Plato thought those were the ultimate building blocks of reality in the universe, were the mental forms behind it all that structure it, the patterns.
And it is, dude. Like when we begin to look at it from that perspective, and that's like part of this hidden shit that's been hidden. Like, and you know, that's their they give some people the tools to begin to understand.
Has it really been hidden though?
No, it's been in the it's in the open.
Has it really been hidden?
The Bible tells about it. The Bible talks about it all the time. That's the thing. It's there, dude.
What the Bible is talking about regarding secret knowledge or sacred knowledge, it's referring to like all the books outside of that, okay, regarding like Enoch, things like that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to look into like the Quran or the Torah, which are the other, you know, all three of the Abrahamic religions tied together. But even outside of the religious perspective, okay, this knowledge has always been here. It's just we didn't have the mind state to observe the way that we're supposed to now.
Well, dude, it's some people believe. Well, just taking for instance the Book of Revelations, that the seven churches are the seven. How many chakras are there? The chakra actually means church by some schools of thought.
And how many chakras are there?
I don't know, dude. 7, 8, 9, some shit.
7. And then what's on the little Hanukkah thingy? Some do 7, some do 9. Okay, and then you look at the Pleiadians. If you want to look at New Age or the Pleiades, how many stars are there? 7. You know what I'm saying? Like all of that's tied together.
Yeah, it's not. I agree. It's not hidden. It's hidden in plain sight. You know, like this.
It's as this consciousness is raising, because humans, we all grab from the same brain. We just don't acknowledge that because it's the visualization.
Yeah.
That's how we manifest. You know what I mean? But it's one brain, and as that brain is becoming enlightened or evolving, we evolve with that. Just like as the earth evolves, we evolve with that.
Yeah. You know? Certain states of consciousness, I believe, can connect you with the one brain, so to speak.
We connect with the one brain every day, all of us.
Oh, everyone does. But you know, I mean, sometimes there's shortcuts to access that. But yeah, if you I believe you probably could without it. In like once you reach a certain level of understanding or just personal experiential knowledge, yeah, you can still do it. But it's not. But yeah, I believe you can do it sober as well.
Yeah, you can do it sober. You can lucid dream without the influence, if you will. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, dreams are totally different, dude. Yeah, that's a perfect. Yeah, well, that's some of my greatest experiences is through dreams. That's my most profound experiences, as far as prophetic or even predictive, has come through dreams.
Well, that's another thing that's talked about in the book. It mentions, well, it says young men will have dreams. We just don't know exactly what they mean by young men at that, like in that time frame. That could be like,
no,
some would say like 35 is a young man, you know. Some would say like, 25.
Dude,
you know?
It says young men will have visions and old men will have dreams.
You're still getting the concept though, you know. The difference from a dream from a vision, to me, the only difference is the state of mind. Are you awake, like literally awake, or are you sleeping? You know.
Yeah, well, that same school of thought says we're always asleep, and only when you go to sleep. If you go to sleep and dream, and you dream consciously, that's the only time you're really awake. That's what people say.
The Waking Life. That's a good movie.
But some people believe that most people
never seen it, Jeff.
Some people believe that most people never become conscious in their entire incarnation.
Yeah, I've heard that too. But I mean, we all we're conscious to varying degrees. I mean, unless we're in a coma our whole life, and even then, there's like a form of consciousness. But it's just to what degree are we conscious, and of what?
Those are good questions. My question to add to that would be, and why? I'm that guy. Like, why?
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah, dude.
think I don't think there's an answer to that. I think humans give their own version of meaning to life that means something to humans, but I don't think it beyond that it means anything.
Well,
Like there's no ultimate meaning. We only experience meaning as humans from a human point of view.
But I think we are our lives, our inhalation of oxygen, our sucking of air is the answer. That's why. Because I am you and you are me, and we are all living our experience. You know, what if that's the only answer? It's just experiential, just to experience, you know?
Yeah, but that's not really an answer or a question.
Yeah, it is, dude.
Jeff,
Okay,
I have to ask you, because I'm not familiar with your company this evening. Is he religious?
Me or Cheyenne?
Sheyenne?
I think he's Christian. He's Christian.
Okay.
I consider myself a truthist. I believe that all religion was created by the father of lies to keep people from coming to know the face, to see the true face of the divine.
Okay, so you're more like a Gnostic in that sense regarding knowledge.
Most religion is a blockage. It's a stone wall to block out the face of the divine, to keep the masses from seeing the truth.
I'm not disagreeing. I actually agree with that. Like, I'm actually resonating more with that than what you actually think. I was just curious because I don't know how to apply myself to this conversation. You know what I mean?
You're
I think
doing
we're talking
fantastic.
about the same shit. It's like our terminology may put up certain, triggers or whatever.
This is the big boy space anyway, so people get triggered.
Right on. That's how we evolve past that. You know, Jeff.
But I'm a student of all religions. I love studying religions. But I don't consider myself religious. I don't adhere to any mainstream religion except my own, which is just being a lazy bum. And I take great pride in being a lazy bum because I've made the intelligent decisions that allow me to be a lazy bum whenever I choose to do so.
But in addition to being a lazy bum, you've had these like transcendent type of experiences that have led you into religion as well.
Yeah, and like just the Ouija board, that was a powerful experience, dude. It was an extremely powerful experience.
What I would like to share with you guys, at least this is where I'm at in my experience right now. The more of the titles that we can get off of ourselves, that's how I look at like spiritual contracting. So if you can get away from as many of those labels as possible, it's probably, I would think it's more freeing in a spiritual way.
Well, yeah, words are extremely limiting.
I had this conversation with a woke friend of mine who said the same thing. She didn't believe in labels. She didn't believe that people should identify by gender, sexuality, autistic, ADHD, that we shouldn't identify as any of that. And I said that those labels are very important for certain people for reasons, to make sure they get the services they need. For gay people, the label was very important, whether you identified as gay or not, etc. So I kind of maybe understand conceptually as an ideal.
Well, they're important.
But how do you define and differentiate yourself without?
that's the way we communicate.
Let me add some context. Let me add some context because you have an excellent point. Okay, I just wanted to point this out. I was referring more to like as far as religious perspectives, like
religious labels, yeah.
Because
like
that's all
religious
division
labels.
stuff.
Like there's some like universal experience beneath it all that people are seeking through these individual labels or religions.
Yeah, that's why I feel that way. You know?
Yeah, well, religious labels are extremely divisive, and I believe they were intended to do so. You know,
you don't think that they just naturally like it's like a form of tribalism? They, as the different groups encountered each other throughout history, their beliefs clashed.
Yeah. It's a form of tribalism, but it's also part of the systematic shit.
Well, if you look at it from, even if you look at it from politics to bikers to, you know, street thugs, whatever the case may be, they all start as a form of tribalism. What happens is that they evolve over time, and as they evolve and they grow, then there's less like the principles behind the matter, and so it kind of takes away from the original experience.
Well, I think that's a very profound point, specifically to certain types of occult knowledges, is that the original thing was hijacked long ago. And I know this first fucking hand. There's so many people that belong to certain groups that don't even believe what the fuck some of them do. Some do, some don't, but other ones are only in there for societal and monetary benefit.
Yeah, that sounds normal. That sounds like people being people.
Yeah, it is.
But like not like some grand.
But he's saying in the beginning they had an actual altruistic, that they had real true knowledge beforehand. That's what I was getting at.
Well, like, yeah. If you look at Jeff, if you look at when you were first born, right, into this reality, you were pure, bro, completely pure. This applies to all of us. As we get older, we adapt these beliefs, these traits, these characteristics, and so it changes. But at the same token, is it changing for the negative or the positive or both or none?
Well, those are all like human evaluations. That's subjective. It's almost not even relevant to the phenomena itself, whether it's the good, the bad, negative, neutral. It happens. We were born, we become conscious, we change, we become aware of the changes, etc. And so whether they're good or bad is going to be subjective to each person experiencing them. But beyond that, I don't think they have much meaning.
I agree with that 100, man. Because also on top of that, good and bad is according to whose perspective, you know?
Yeah.
So you're saying righting wrong is subjective?
I'm saying that it's human. They're human concepts, so humans have to evaluate them, and because of that, they're going to vary, and they're gonna be largely subjective to each human doing that evaluate and whatever standard value system they're using.
I believe that there is an intrinsic, that certain types of people have an intrinsic understanding of what is right and wrong.
It's a generalized. It's general though. You know what I mean?
Don't. Okay, so yeah, okay.
Even if you want to look at it like from like a Catholicism point of view, right? Like they have like the age of reasoning or whatever, where they allegedly they know their faith, they know right from wrong. It's general, you know what I mean? That doesn't mean that it's 100%. It's still subjective to a man's perspective.
Yeah, well, there's certain things like okay, let's just look at like the age of consent. And there's different states in America where the age of consent varies. There's different countries where the age of consent varies, you know?
And so you think that should be something more universal and not cultural?
That's a great question, dude. And some people would say, okay, if we want to get edgy, like you said, you're not edgy, but there's the. Have you ever heard if the field has grass, play on it? Have you heard that statement? If the field has grass, play on it. But the age range varies widely. You know, this is pure hypothetical.
It's based on cultural values though in those regions.
Each age of consent, law, value, norm emerge from that culture.
The laws are based on that, but what in truth, what is the
like nature has its own idea of where
I don't know. I'm not claiming to know the answer. I'm just raising the question. You know, I'm trying to give an example of what I thought he was talking about.
Society has always been like taking nature as a starting point and developing or modifying or molding or shaping it beyond what it started out. So even if naturally there's a certain age at which things can happen, we as a civilization have decided that it's not to our benefit to have it happen that early, that we have it happen at these other ages instead that are determined regionally by each culture.
Exactly. Let me give you an example here. So here in the West, this land, according to history, right? Like when the quote unquote white man came here, all right. It was based on the Christian morals and values, the Christian religion. And that's why like Satanism is definitely going to be existent in the West as well, because Satanism is tied directly to Christianity. And we have values regarding those cultures that say that our laws should be the way that they are. We just happen to be in the middle of a breach with tyranny right now regarding certain things in our system, if you will. You know what I mean? But if you were to go over to like another region where it's going to be maybe a different religion where they have different beliefs, they're going to have different laws and statutes that follow their cultures. And this is worldwide.
I missed some of that because I stepped away, but it might be just as well.
I was just explaining
something about. Oh, go ahead. Tyranny and worldwide something.
Well, I was just explaining, like here in the Western civilizations, when the quote unquote white man came here, this land was founded on Christianity, and that's why we will always have Satanism in the West as well, because those two are tied directly together.
Yes, I have said that before. Yeah. Satanism is
but so many people that claim to be Satanists are purely reaction. You're claiming that that people are Satanist only because of Christianity. So
no, I'm just saying it's part of the Christian mythology. It developed out of the Christian religion, and the IRS even has it classified as a denomination of Christianity.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm just saying I know so many pussy motherfuckers that claim to be Satanists that are purely reactionarist. They don't know.
Like I'm the minority. Most Satanists
had a conversation with Satan. They're just posers.
There's posers in every religion.
Yeah.
I was just pointing out
everybody's gonna look like a poser to someone else. That's why we have 50 different thousand denominations of Christianity.
I was just adding some comedic relief, but at the same time, legit comedic relief.
Okay.
Oh, I was trying. I like to talk 100% truth, but still try to be funny, you know. But I'm dead serious.
I was just saying that the statues in said areas are going to be based around that culture anywhere worldwide.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, do you know what I'm talking about? People that so many people are Satanists just because as a fucking protest to Christianity.
That is true. That is the majority. A lot of them have religious trauma, and a lot of Satanism is like set up in opposition to traditional Christianity. The Satanic Temple does a lot of trolling of Christians and religious people, and that is not what drew me to Satanism at all. I've never had a problem with Christians.
I would like to interject with the true story real quick. One time the Mormons came to my house and we began to talk about the devil and Satan and my dogs. But back at that time, I had like 7 or 8 dogs, and they just started fucking howling right when we were talking about Satan. And like we were like all of us except one of us were like laughing, dude. That thought it was funny. But the one lady was like,
did she run out of the house?
No. She was like, didn't under. Everyone thought it was fucking funny except the one woman.
Was she Mormon?
They were all Mormons.
Oh,
except me.
Let me share this with you. I'm not the type to talk down about any type of religion. Like, I'm not that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could tell you my beliefs. I'm a Christian. I follow more of the Gnostic values. Okay. But that it doesn't change like my perspective on how I look at other cultures. My little sister is a Mormon. Okay. And she was married through Mormonism and all that. Okay. Now they make themselves look as if they're Christians or some type of traditional Christian, and they actually have to take an oath directly to Lucifer. And before they get married, they have to wear a white outfit, which resembles the fig trees from the Garden of Eden when the story about sin, and they covered themselves in fig leaves when they knew that they were naked. That's what that resembles. So I'm not talking down on them. I just wanted to let that be known that Mormons do take a direct oath to Lucifer, which is, some people believe that Lucifer is not the same as Satan. Now, if you look at like symbology, I would believe that it is, but that's just my perspective.
There is 2 different arguments, and we're talking about like imaginative characters anyway that develop over time. So there's 2 traditions of Lucifer and Satan, and in one of them they do become they do eventually merge into the same person conceptually, and in another one they are distinct people. So it depends on which tradition you
well biblically Lucifer is only mentioned once in the Bible, and it's a complete political slight at a political opponent.
Yeah, I do remember
Lucifer the morning star and Jesus the morning sun, or the light bearer. The way that those 2 are described is it's almost the same, man.
But again, I keep going back to like
that's what a lot of people say, that they are the same. But the actual word Lucifer, or the translation of the word Lucifer, is only mentioned once in the Bible.
The same person that drew Lucifer or painted Lucifer is the same person that painted the long blonde hair, blue-eyed Jesus. It's a famous painter. Yeah.
But I go back to what I said earlier about, is that the central meaning of Christianity? Is it important to get caught up on what Lucifer refers to, or whether Jesus was Lucifer or not? Or is Christ and the figure of Christ and what he represents still the most significant part of Christianity?
Well, love your brother as yourself. They asked the person so-called Jesus, they asked him, what's the most important commandment of all? And I believe it was something like love your neighbor as yourself or something.
Why do you need a whole religion for that? To just be loving toward other people on the planet.
But Christianity is full of like next level, LSD, shroom, trippy type shit, if you really look at it.
I've heard, especially Revelation.
Yeah, and if either of you are familiar with the book, the Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, it kind of explains it from a more spiritual perspective. Because some people believe Jesus was not a physical being. Some people believe that was a prototype to follow,
Well, he may have been a physical being, but he's also a literary character, whether he was physical or not. So in some sense, he's fictional and cultural. Just like any other.
Jesus is completely literary, because, allegedly, well, just linguistically, there was no J. J is a recent linguistic invention. So technically, there was no historical Jesus.
Well,
Jesus, Jesus, he's us.
Yeah.
Jesus, the depiction we're given is Krishna from Buddhism or Hinduism mixed with Zeus. That's how it's described. But when you read the book, it copper skin and hair like wool. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of ways to look at a lot of these things. Whether he was physical being or a prototype to follow, I think what it was a way to show people to God, whatever that may be.
Yeah, well, fundamentally, I
That
agree.
worked for me.
That's what religion is a relationship with the divine. But when religion becomes corrupted by human,
But is that religion anymore, or is that something else? Because people say the same thing about science. Science is a very specific thing that's useful to humanity, but the institutions of science can become corrupted or distorted. But that's
yes,
different from the science itself. So if religion becomes corrupt, is that religion anymore, or is that humans?
You know the answer, Jeff.
that's a great
Politics.
Yeah, politics.
Politics.
Yeah, well, it's truth and falsities, fake, false religion, pseudo, corrupted religion, corrupted science. Like when does a scientist become a prostitute? Whenever the corporation gives him the money and says, "This is what your scientific."
But he's not doing science anymore at that point. If he's falsifying his position in response to money, that's no longer science.
Absolutely, that's called prostitution. I agree 100%. But so many people still call that science with the religious fervor.
Nobody intelligent, not intelligent people that know what science is. It's people trying to make a political or rhetorical point using science.
Yes, just like the cultures and the religions, there is corruption within science. It doesn't take away the fact that there is science that is not corrupted,
Well, yeah, I define science as truth, just like what are the facts, and we don't
define revelation as truth.
Yeah.
So there we are.
And to reveal the truth, we have to continually ask questions and continually experiment to verify that we know what the actual truth is.
That sounds like science to me. It sounds an awful lot.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Well, what I've learned so far in the last few months is that we are living in the gospel of 2024. This can't be denied. We know this. We're here right now. We're writing history. Each and every one of us on this planet, regardless of our cultures, our religions, beliefs, any of that, we know that we're here in the present right now,
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say,
it's the same present I've always been in, though.
Huh?
I've always been here. It's the same present I've always been in.
Yes. Time is a man-made concept. It's only recorded through the sundial,
Dude, I saw one of the most crazy time traveling things. It was just a short about a ring camera where a dude goes into this dude's shed. He calls the cops. The cops come and they search the shed. No one's there. The cops leave, and then someone comes out the shed, but it looks like that dude, but like 20 years older. It's
interesting.
It's a trip, dude. It might sound dumb, but it's pretty much of a trip. It's one of the trippiest shorts I've ever seen.
Well, the snake eating its own tail, we know that there is some type of timeline, whatever that may be. So I would not outrule time travel. I can't verify it, just like the simulation theory. I can't prove it wrong or right.
Yeah, but yeah, who knows? That video could be completely fake, but it just makes me go, "Whoa, dude, that's fucking crazy."
Yeah.
What'd you have, Jeff? Some pasta?
Oh, yeah, I was eating my dinner.
Yeah, I had a meatball sub.
Oh, that sounds good. From it's like Subway or somewhere good.
Pizza spot. Local pizza place.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of my favorite Subways is the meatball sub.
Yeah,
you can
sub.
you can mix it. They don't have seafood crab at the local. I don't think they no longer have seafood crab altogether. But used to, you could get seafood crab, half seafood crab, and half meatball mixed together. I thought it was good.
Where was that?
Subway.
Crab and meatball.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
as
It's
bad
an
as that
imitation.
sounds, it's probably fire. You know what I mean?
Oh, I remember. Yeah, they had that old fake crab meat, frozen crab meat. You
It's
could add
imitation crab meat, but like I'm a connoisseur of fake crab meat, and so I know fake imitation crab and good imitation crab. And Subway used to have decent imitation crab meat,
and now it's not.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they have it at all anymore. I think they may have discontinued it.
I haven't been to a Subway in years. I worked at one for a little while.
I've worked at 3 Subways.
They used to have a spinach pizza
at Subway.
Yep, and that stuff would be hitting. Yep.
I was a sandwich artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember their pizzas now that you mention it.
I only remember because my sister worked at one. But yeah. My joint there was the chicken teriyaki as far as the subs.
I liked the veggie patty, believe it or not, was really good. And the chicken thing.
Yeah, I think they're on the higher level as far as Franken food.
They've gone down though. Their bread feels like it was like frozen bread that came in these little lumps and we had to bake it. But their bread is like doughy and chewy. It's not bready anymore.
Well, the quality has definitely gone down. Like so much shit,
I guess we're not getting our Subway sponsorship anytime soon.
This guy.
They made like an effort to prove their ingredients were, more, wholesome and organic type shit.
Didn't it get bought out? Like, isn't it part of I know like they all started speaking of centralized, like Pizza Hut and Taco Bell started to become
it's a franchise.
The only thing it makes me think about is what the the conspiracy theorists say that they're putting in our food as fillers. I can't verify that, but I will say that on a lot of the food that say artificial, right? When you look on the back, like some states they'll tell you exactly what it is. Other states it'll just say this contains bioengineered food. And it's like, okay, well, what is that? Food, yeah, the taste of certain food has changed. I've noticed that too.
Well, in the 70s, they used to tell us that they put worm juice in the McDonald's Big Macs, and we believed it and got grossed out, and that was our conspiracy theory then. So those things have been floating around forever. Like,
now it's
like my diet is not. I eat frozen crap anyway, and so I'm not so much concerned about the quality of the ingredients in my food or what filler might be in it.
Dude, I can enjoy some fast food. I'm not gonna lie.
You sharing that with me,
and it gets me through the day.
You sharing that with me about what they were saying about that stuff in the 70s. That made me feel a lot better because I wasn't born until like the end of the 80s, and so that's just reminding me that these
had
ideas,
even before the internet, they had that kind of stuff, and they had I remember in the late 70s, early 80s, I think they had the Procter and Gamble logo, and this flyer was circulating about how it was a satanic logo, and they had 666 in this little moon face guy, and they had 66 in his beard, and they had 13 stars, and it had everybody freaked out about Procter and Gamble products. They thought it was the devil and part of a satanic conspiracy. And that was before the internet. That all got circulated through church.
Well, Jack in the Box, dude. Yeah, well, church. And we had like a Satan expert come to church one time. And then everything's Depeche Mode is Satanist, dude. Like everything.
Yeah, Elton John, Alan Parsons Project. I remember he might have come to our house too.
No, but
Yeah,
dude,
see, that's odd. You guys are sharing those stories because when I was growing up, it was all about, you know, the '80s rock bands with the long hair.
Yeah,
The
it was
devil's music.
Satanic Panic. It was rock music, Dungeons and Dragons, and the nursery school. Like there were pedophiles at all the daycare centers, and all of that was happening at once, and everybody thought it was the devil. It was a satanic conspiracy, and all of those
That's,
things were involved.
that's definitely a conspiracy.
They thought it was real, and so I was a little Dungeons and Dragons nerd, and I was into all the music that supposedly was the devil, which was everything back then. Michael Jackson was even supposedly satanic, and
Are you kidding me?
so like I was everyone thought I was a devil worshiper because I had the Dungeons and Dragons books, and I listened to like Elton John and Prince and Michael Jackson, like stuff like that, just normal Billy Idol stuff like that, and so made you a devil worshiper in the 80s because everybody was so freaked out about
yeah,
the
Depeche
satanic
Mode,
panic.
dude. Back then, Depeche Mode was our favorite band, and like they had a table of shit, and then they had like Depeche Mode CDs on the table. But he went into a whole thing about Jack in the Box. Like Jack in the Box is like
The
the secret
restaurant?
in the box. It's sometimes a secret like demonic poison or curse inside the box.
It
You talking
sounds
about the
very.
restaurant? The fast food place?
Yeah,
Was well, we didn't have Jack in the Box where I was, so I didn't know that part of it, but that was part of the conspiracy too.
yeah. Well, dude, this dude said basically everything. Like,
Yeah, that's how I remember. Is eventually everything is the devil,
It sounds very, very judgmental.
and scared and superstitious.
Yeah, that too.
But it's I mean those fears are real. They probably precede any of our rational fears. Like the cavemen probably had way more to be scared about than we do because they couldn't differentiate their imaginations from actuality.
Well, just like in Young Guns. You see the size of that chicken hope?
but I did learn some good stuff in this church, and one thing is that potential that in the time of the Antichrist, there will be a potential false flag alien invasion or something to do with the Antichrist. Will have to do with like aliens.
That's Project Bluebeam stuff.
What church was that?
It was a Southern Baptist church.
Oh,
And well, they also said something else key about a certain present known political figure that was, you know, the same perspective as one. People thought Gorbachev was the Antichrist because he had that birth.
I remember that. Yeah, the birthmark.
Okay, let me see.
It's the Prince of Saudi Arabia. That's who it is. He meets all the criteria.
Gnome, like
Prince
the
of, yes,
line gnome. And they got that. They're supposedly building that city called Nome, the line.
Yeah, but I don't think that's like when I looked at it recently, it was explaining that it's not going to be that many kilometers long now. They're still allegedly building it, but
yeah, dude, they changed it. Dude, they changed it. It was supposed to go like all the fucking way across. Now it's like way shorter than what they said before. Because I've been watching. I was to me that sounds like theoretically cool, you know. Because I have like jungles inside the fucking building that I think, well, damn, fuck, who knows? I mean, I'll go work there and like build some fucking terrariums and fucking arboretums and shit inside.
They've bullshitted us so much in the western part of the world, and the only people that actually know what the hell is going on a global scale, for the most part, it's our politics. And look how they act.
I don't think there's a single person on the entire planet that knows definitively what's going on a global scale. I think every one of us are in the dark.
I'm saying like regarding nations, because we know that there's different people in all the nations that they do talk. Our president just had a our president just had a conversation with
I still think we're at the national level. Like the nation is the highest level that any one group of humans is operating at. I don't think there's anything yet that centralizes itself above nations.
I would agree with that. I just feel that regarding these tribulations that appear to be man-made that they're trying to usher in, they require different areas of the earth. So if they're not talking, then this is a complete spiritual phenomena.
Oh, like occult people that think there's this, like the people that think the temple needs to be rebuilt to bring in this.
Yes, which that was,
Yeah, but I think,
that's
and maybe it's
Judaism.
just me, but in today's secular world, those people seem more and more of a fringe minority. They don't seem as much of
They
a threat,
do.
maybe in the past.
They do. And the thing is, what I was getting to specifically, like I was saying, regarding the temple being built in the red heifers, that's a prophecy that's predicted by the Judaism, right? And
I think
that
doesn't it show up in more than one religion.
it it does, but it's explained a little differently. Where they want to build this third temple is directly on a holy site for the Nation of Islam, which is the Muslims. So there you have your Jewish people, and then you have your Muslim people, right? And the Christians look at it like, well, these are prophecies that have to be fulfilled. Okay. Now, regarding like the Antichrist and stuff like that, that's mentioned across all three of those Abrahamic religions, amongst other religions under different names. It's just that all these from a Christian perspective, all these prophecies have to come true, even if they're not all prophecies
But
predicted.
do Christians think that they have to help them along and make them come true, or that they just have to wait for them to come true on their own?
The traditional Christian is to share the good news, and this too shall pass.
So they don't have to do anything.
No.
They don't have to take it into their own hands.
No, the battle that's going to take place regarding the third temple is definitely 100% going to be the Jewish people and the Muslim people. The Christian people, the Gentiles, they don't give a fuck. They just know that's the
Aren't
sign
there
of the
some
time.
like evangelicals that are tied up with having the temple built or something?
Well, these are different offsets of Christians. That's why I said the traditional Christian, which is like
Okay.
the basic.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I didn't think the traditional ones were.
There's
much
already a
worse either.
2-scale replication of the temple in Brazil.
It's all over. It all copies itself everywhere. That's the whole concept of the as above, so below. What's happening down here is happening up there. And it's also happening inside of you and underneath you. It's
So
very
does
strange.
it matter? Like, so if it's all happening in all those places at once, then does any of it? Can you just focus on the one that's happening to you that you experience, or do you need to be aware of all those other ones at the same time?
I would think
If
that
it's
that's
all
a
the same
personal.
thing happening all at once.
I would think that that's a personal decision. I mean, what I do, I can only share with you what I do, right? I just pay attention to those signs.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, this has come to pass. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing to really get like wrapped up and stressed out about or nothing like that. I mean, what's gonna
Oh, I
happen is
definitely
gonna
don't.
happen.
No, that
right?
sounds wise. What you're saying. Oh, you had your shower. Hey, Moose. Are you Oh, it must be late there. I don't know if you're going to bed or waking up. Who is beeping? Somebody's beeping. Is anybody beeping?
Oh, I was turning on my air fryer. Does my shit sound too
Okay.
noisy?
I didn't hear anything. But...
I'll be right back.
Oh, no. Well, my air fryer was beeping. If it sounds too loud, I'll dip. But I turned on my fucking air fryer.
Oh no, I think you're good. Moose, are you like me? Like you wake up and check the computer constantly throughout the night? I do, like every time I wake up, like you know how you wake up randomly throughout the night. I have my laptop next to me.
Dude,
I'm guilty of
I
this
have
too.
to turn it on and peek it. I pull up YouTube. I check it on Discord. I look at Twitter, and then I go back. Then I like try to go back to sleep.
yeah, I'm way too addicted to YouTube,
Me
man.
too.
It's
Yeah,
embarrassing.
that's another way my attention span has changed. I can't get a full night's sleep anymore. But I was like that with AOL too. It's just back. Well, good. I hope we're giving you good dreams and not bad ones, or maybe at least weird dreams. Dreams that make you think. I'm making chicken. Oh, you doing an air fryer too?
Hey, did you tell Moose, Jeff?
Tell him what?
Come to Papa.
Tell him what?
Come to Papa. He
Oh,
said he's dreaming.
which one's who's Papa lately? We're looking for a Papa. We need a panel daddy and boobs and a harem. So if anybody knows we can get any of those.
I've been called Papa before.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, Papa Smurf.
You could be panel Papa. Midlife is wanting more hot. See, we do need more boobs. That might be what we're not getting a number.
Hey, yeah, Papa Smurf.
We just need somebody willing to sit on panel and represent boobs for us. They can play with their hair periodically. They can maybe paint a nail. It's not hard work, but I think it could help us in our mission to grow our channel. And then harems seem to be popular too. A lot of YouTube channels seem to have their own harem.
Well, I don't know. I think the key is to continue to talk about intellectually stimulating topics. I think you do a pretty good job
We
with
try that, but it's just not bringing the boys to the yard or anybody to the
Well,
yard.
dude, that's a good thing. I mean,
Oh,
think-
because like it's like quality over quantity.
yeah, dude. Like,
We're gonna
I
have
really
to set
think
up
if
a
you got like a
Patreon.
bunch of motherfuckers watching, you got like a whole bunch of retards watching.
Yeah, that's you have a good eye, a good sense of our audience.
No, I'm
But
no, I'm not
that's us
saying.
too, because we're the same way. Like we've discovered today, we're all pretty much half retarded.
No, that's not what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying it. I'm saying if you have I'm saying like there, because you have a small audience, relatively. That's a good thing. Once you get a whole bunch of motherfuckers, the chat goes way too fast,
Yeah,
and you got a
I
bunch
don't want to
of
get to the Destiny level where I can't see the chat anymore.
Dude, the littler channels are always the best. Ask
yeah,
anyone.
dude.
We
That's
just
what
need to get to 500 so we can start monetizing. After that, I'm not really worried about the number.
What, you gonna do the shorts thing?
No,
Or you gonna keep doing your lives?
well, all I do is lie, but somebody said we should go through and make. Oh, that we should go through and make clips and stuff, but I don't think I'm ever going to get around to doing that. But that was suggested.
No, I was just asking because I've done all of it.
Do you
I
have a
enjoy-
channel?
Yeah, I got a channel. I got a
Oh,
few.
okay.
I enjoy paneling probably the best as far as like interaction and specifically joining other people's panels to have conversations, not mine. But I put out like stoicism, philosophy, little short videos. But recently I switched over and I've been doing like the music thing, right? And I've generated a smaller extra audience to that. And so I'm just curious like if that audience is going to carry over to my prior videos. But I mean, it's really at the end of the day, this is your recording of your experience. It's what you want to do and your expectations out of it, you know?
Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with where it's going. I'm just trying to go more of it there in that direction.
If you got
Hey,
the social media, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was just saying hi to Traumatype is in the house.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if you have these social medias like even ones that you don't use like often, if you will, promote them through all of them. You'll drag out
I
people.
stream to Twitter every day, so this is also on Twitter, and I have Facebook. I put it on Facebook every now and then, but that's mostly friends and family. And then that's pretty much, and then Discord. That's all the social media that I really have. But I do encourage other people to put it on theirs and share it in groups or with friends or whoever they think is going to be interested. Because I'd rather, like, if I'm going to grow, I'd rather the growth come through the existing community, like bring in their people, than just have a bunch of random strangers show up.
That's how I feel about it too. It's more organic.
Yeah, organic. That's what I'm looking for. That's why I'm not really pushing it that much. I just want to hit the 500 mark. But it's more important for me to have it be natural and organic than to have the numbers be anything specific.
Yeah, I've seen some other channels have some interesting interactions regarding like randoms. You never
Oh yeah,
know.
we've had our share too. That's why I was nervous to let Cheyenne on earlier because I didn't know him from anywhere. I haven't seen him on any other panels or commenting or anything. And we got porn bomb once. I had to take it down and clip it and repost it. So
Did
I
you
was
find
trying.
out who got you or no?
No, I think it was one time when I had put the link on Twitter, the link to the actual StreamYard, and when I've done that in the past, we've gotten like random. I think there's people that crawl Twitter and look for that kind of stuff because it wasn't just that one guy. Other random people started to show up that night, and usually that happens when I put the link on a public platform like that. You hit 5 doing nothing. How did you? Well, I'm interested in how you did it.
Dude, if you want try to get to 500 fast, start doing some shorts. Just say like how to fry an egg or like real basic shit.
Oh, so you're not talking about make clips and make them in the short. You're talking about like actual new videos, but just as a short, like record
shorts.
something.
Yeah.
Oh,
The algorithm will promote it. Yeah, as long as
Real
it's not
simple shit. How to
well, we
how to
had
fry an egg.
this is
How to
one
make a
idea
roast
that
beef
we
sandwich.
had is having the because I want to introduce more people to the Panelverse in general, not just me or any specific person. So having the regulars do like little 30-second or 1-minute clips talking about a topic or just to get to know their personality really, and then like start trickling those out to social media. And it's like Chris could do one, I could do one, Machine Lies could do one, Lib could do one, whoever hangs out here regularly. And doing it that way, like having those kind of shorts where they feature one person. Each chart would feature one different person that hangs out here, so people get a sense of the crowd.
You should make the game, Jeff. So you do one of you, right? And you pass it to somebody online, right? And you tell them to promote yours, right? Like give them the video. And then you tell them to make one of them and pass it to somebody they know, right? And then they promote the prior person's video. And if you pass it all the way around, it's cross promoting between everyone.
I like that.
That's how you could draw in some serious numbers. Nobody's thought of that yet.
Because we were also we were trying to figure out how to get like not just on YouTube but another medium, TV appearances, radio spots, magazines, whatever. And as part of that, I thought of these little like it would be great if we could get a CNN appearance, and just so like America could start learning that people like us are out here. But then until we get there, we could have these little video clips that show up on other people's social media. It won't be CNN, but it'll be other platforms.
You can't outrule that though, because I do want to tell you, everyone knows that YouTube is the back burner, if you will. Like that's what they have in their mind, but it's not. If it was truly like the lowest end, we wouldn't have all the mainstream media having YouTube channels. right? And also a lot of the bigger YouTube channels, they look at the smaller channels and what we're talking about, and that's what they base their videos on, man. 100%.
Yep, I can testify to that. There's like big name motherfuckers that do that. That's for real. They have specific departments to do this. Actually, I mentioned
they
that.
like go research other channels. That's just good. That's like knowing your craft and keeping up with the latest trends and seeing what other people are doing and learning from it.
Yeah, definitely. They
I
watch
do that
us.
too.
Yeah.
I learn something for every new stream that I watch. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna steal that. I could do that. I could adapt that. That's a good idea. I'm inspired by that. I take a little bit from each stream, or at least the ones that impress me enough to do that. And I learn what not to do from a lot of streams too.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. There's potential out here. There's financial monetary value out here. It's I mean, you could be
Yeah,
in it
I want
for,
to do this full time. This is definitely my calling.
well, you could do it, man. The first thing this is my unprofessional advice, okay? I would say go out and create social media on every possible one. And if possible, create 2 different ones on every possible one. And use some, like if you want to go random, use some and just run up the friend request, right? If you want to keep it organic, just run it up to people that you know. It's about what you want to do, man. Like it's limitless. This is an extension of us.
Yeah. It's I think the potential is I think it's only scratched the surface. That's what excites me the most is its unexplored potential. Nobody really knows how far we could take this new medium. And so that's what I want to help find out.
Especially with what they're doing with introducing all these new AI. We're literally in the wild, wild west right now. These are the pioneer ages, you know?
Yes. That is
Yeah,
coming.
that's what they're saying, dude. It's like, you gotta invest before the shit jumps.
Because everyone's going to have AI guests and AI panels and AI conversations. I wanted some of that too. But subs who aren't watching, well, at least because we have everything else we need to get monetized. We just missing the subscriber number. So as long as they count as a subscriber,
So
we have
you have the
enough people
watch
watching the
hours.
content already. Yeah, we have plenty of watch hours. We have people watching the content already. They're just not subscribed. So all we need to do is get about 200 more people to subscribe, and then we're
Damn, so
there.
that proves you're a perfect example of what I say, dude. Like good people, good shit has less people watching. But you're saying more people are watching, just no one is subscribed.
When we had the drama on, we got more viewers, and we even started to lose some subs lately when I started to manage some of the drama. And then eventually, because this is mental health month, and I said for the month of May, I want to focus on mental health topics and conversations about autism and how people can help themselves. So I wanted less of the drama. That's when the numbers start to change and go down. So drama drives numbers. And that was one thing that was doing it for a while, but that's not the what I want long term for the channel. So in order to have the kind of numbers that I want, I'm gonna have to give up the boost that the drama could give me.
Do you like cooking?
I don't. I'm a disaster in the kitchen. Most people don't allow me into their kitchens.
At
But
least you're honest.
Chris cooks, and who was it the other day that was cooking something? They have people on the stream that cooks, and Cynthia's done some cooking before. So
Dude,
that
I'm
is
telling you,
there
dude,
is cooking potential there.
culinary shorts have a massive potential.
I can show people how not to cook. Like, don't do this in the kitchen videos.
Well,
I could
let me give you another direction. Like what I was mentioning earlier. Like on your spare time, say it's you're just jumping around the tubes, right?
Yeah, I do that a
And
lot.
you're gonna fire up a stream, but you might not have whatever presentation or conversation ready. Go on ahead, go on the tube or whatever platform, and just hashtag mental health. See what pops up. Take a
Oh,
gander
you want
around.
in the search bar and see what panels
Yeah,
are going on at the time. Yeah, that's a good idea. In fact, I'll do that right now.
because you could definitely connect with other people. Mental health is running rampant right now, like
But this is
facts.
Mental Health Month, so this is the time to really get the message out there.
I mean,
This
I
is
don't
where
have
everybody.
autism, but I got issues. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, that's all you need. You're one of us. Let me see. So just hashtag mental health. Let me see what it brings up.
yeah. And I mean, there might be live ones. They might not be live. I mean,
So
just
far, it's a bunch of white ladies, which
well,
makes me nervous.
unfortunately, that's the commonality.
Let me hit the live tab and see. Alpha waves heal the whole body. Relaxing music for stress relief. Another white lady. Deep sleep music for. Oh, this one looks cool. It's like an astral projection guy with this beautiful blue light coming out of him. Ancient philosophers' life lessons that people wish they knew sooner. Ooh, that's live. Is this a panel? That has potential. Yeah, I used to go on other panels a lot, and then I just got. I can control the experience better on my own panel, so it just became easier to just keep hanging out here. Oh, it's just a bunch of quotes.
Well, what I would say regarding like jumping on other panels and stuff, like that's something you do on like your time, right? And if you limit your appearance, people are going to be more drawn to it because you've reserved yourself. And so if any of their subscribers are interested, they're gonna go find you. You know?
Yeah. Well, hopefully. That's what I can. Hopefully, people know where to find us. We're at the same time and place every day, 7 days a week, and then we also do the evening streams most evenings. Like eventually, my plan is to do the 24 hours. I want to set something up where we have a 24-hour stream for people to drop in on.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I did it during COVID with Zoom, but I want to do it with YouTube now.
See, now that's something like with the whole Zoom and the Discord. I've noticed that that's more of a Gen X thing. You know what I mean? Not specifically, but I've noticed that like a lot of millennials are learning about those platforms through Gen X. You know what I mean?
Oh, interesting. Because we had AOL, which was like a miracle that changed our whole world,
That's
and then
dial up.
then
I
that
love that one.
disappeared. Chat rooms disappeared after that, and you couldn't find them, and it was all MySpace, Facebook, Twitter. It was the modern version of social media, but they
Yep.
weren't chat rooms, and you couldn't meet and chat live with new people. And I always found that weird because that was such a core part of the social media experience at the beginning. And then Discord was the first time I'm like, this is like AOL, but better. It's back. Now I can finally chat again like I used to do on AOL. But
Yeah,
until
man, I
Discord, there
missed
was
that.
nothing like AOL after it went away.
Yeah, and MySpace, it was cool at the time, but it was limited. And Facebook was too for a long time. You know? We've come a long
Yeah,
way.
yeah, I remember when they opened it up. The Facebook peak was when all of a sudden your mom and all her friends and all your aunts and relatives were on Facebook.
Yep.
And all of like it was like the phone book. Now everybody was on Facebook, and then that's when like the next new thing came along.
Crazy enough, out of all those, the one that took me the longest to actually get on board with, and I'm still kind of back and forth on it, but it was Twitter, man. Back in the day when it first came out. I couldn't rock with it, you know?
I got my Twitter in '08. I signed up for my account, and I didn't use it until the Donald Trump election. That's the first time I actually started reading Twitter. So for all those years, I had the account, but I never used it. And then I didn't make my first tweet until 2020. I did a tweet on how to wash your hands because it was during COVID. And I said, oh, this might be good information to put out there. And that was my first tweet ever in 2020.
I'm surprised it didn't go viral, honestly, at that time, for sure.
I just had a few. I had a few subscribers. I just broke 1,000 this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I grew organically. Like every one of those is from just
That's the
getting my
best way to
tweets
go,
out.
man. Because if you try to do like the cheat sheet and stuff like that, the people that are against that hate on that, they're gonna come and they're gonna go out of their way to shut your channels down and things like that. That's why I suggest organic always.
Oh yeah. I want it because the stream is part of a larger project, which is community building. So I want it to be a genuine community, and that's going to only happen organically as the right people find their way to the right place for them. You can't force them, and so there's a larger mission than just a channel.
Yep, definitely, man. I just want to pop in on you, man. I wasn't gonna
Yeah,
hang
I'm
out
glad
too
you
long.
did. I enjoyed the chat. It was a good chat. Drop
I'm
in
gonna see if
anytime.
I can push your channel.
What is
out.
you have a channel you want me to share? I could, if you put it in the private, I'll put it in the
I mean, that's up to
main.
you. It's just the name I chat under, man. It's the Goblin Majesty thing.
Goblin Majesty. All right.
But I mean, I don't really keep my lives on public. I can, but I usually don't because a lot of drama regarding stuff like that because I do jump around. I talk to different people, like that, but I have content over there that's what
I
that
love
channel.
your little goblin cartoon. Did you create that? The little
Yeah,
avatar?
I made that.
Cute.
But I mean, yeah, I share content. That's really what that channel is for.
Well, there it is. And you can follow him here. I'm gonna subscribe.
Appreciate it,
Oh
man.
wow, you have like 200K. I mean, what, 1,200? Pretty good. The Goblin King. So yeah, check out Goblin's channel. Give him a like, subscribe, help out his algorithm. If you didn't catch the chat from earlier, it was a good chat with me and him and shEYEne. So give that a watch too.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stay in tune with you on a frequent level because now I know what you're trying to do. You know what I
Well,
mean?
we are here every day, 7 days a week at 2 p.m. Central. And then we've been doing some evening streams a lot lately, and we have some projects in the works. So at least every day, once a day, you can catch us.
And Jeff, for you as well, if you ever need to get in touch with me directly, um, my contact information is in the bio thing or whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, of your channel.
Yeah, so you can get directly a hold of me whenever.
And are you on Discord? Do you have a Discord?
I do. It's fresh. I'm still kind of working on it, trying to figure it out.
Okay, I'm gonna put you ours in the back. We have one too.
All right, bro.
And here. There you go.
Let's see if I grab that. All right. All right, man. I'm out of here.
All right. Take care. We'll talk to you
Have a
later.
good evening, man.
You too. Necro Goblin. Is that's another YouTuber? Let's check him out. Necro Goblin. Oh, he came up on his own. What is this? Oh, it's a band. Goblin mode. Oh wow, I was about to say it's kind of like Guar, and then it says catch us on tour with Guar. It's I don't want to play it because it's probably copyrighted, but it's this. He has this green Goblin mask on, and I said, "Oh, that looks like something Guar would do." Metal band, yeah, okay, cool. Well, check out them too. Maybe they'll come on the show. I love Guar. If this is like carrying on the Guar tradition, I would support that. Yeah, me too. I didn't really like, not so much for the music. I watched the documentary or interview with them, and I liked their mission, their product, their art, their creativity. I'm like, oh man, I love what they're doing, especially as a Satanist. Definitely appreciated Guar. All right. Well, we had a good look. Wow, we went for 2.5 hours. I was hoping Chris would show. He's probably, you know what? He was going to try to work on that car later, and I guess we'll hear about that tomorrow. But I haven't seen him show up online since. Oh, let's see. Oh, we got Axis here. Hello, Mr. Blood.
Hey, how's it going, Jeff?
What's up? Just hanging out on a Tuesday night.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. Am I echoing?
Not to me, but
Okay.
is there an echo? Anyone hearing an echo? Nope, maybe. Looks like you're good.
Yeah, Jeff. I go through binges and purges. It keeps addiction away.
From like, you talking about from like YouTube
Oh no! I'm talking.
or actual addiction?
I'm talking actual addiction, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I come out of the music industry and the entertainment industry years ago, and I had one hell of a fucking life, man.
Oh,
And I was in the and we'll talk later sometime whenever it's not so public. But anyhow, I did a number on my body, man, throughout the years, and sometimes I'll binge, and I'll binge for weeks, and then I'll purge, and I may purge for weeks. But it's a process that I go through to make sure that I'm still in control and it's not in control of me.
oh, that actually makes sense. And you're talking about drug purge, not food purge.
I detoxify everything out of my system.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going through a real heavy detox right now.
How long does
And,
the detox usually take you?
To get fully detoxified is usually 8 to 10 days.
Oh, that doesn't sound too terrible.
Yeah, I'm only in the 4th day though.
Oh God, you gonna make it?
Yeah, I'm going to be fine, Jeff. I'm going to be absolutely fine. I appreciate your channel. I really do. I wanted to let you know
Oh, well, thank you.
that I like what you have to offer here. And I do drop in, I check on you, and I listen. And I come from a counterculture in the 90s that you might be somewhat familiar with. But lots of lights, lots of loud music, lots of metal on the dance floor, and every possible iniquity that you could get into available at your
Oh yeah, that
fingertips.
sounds like our 90s. That was my drugging days too.
Yep.
And the industrial, they had like Ministry.
I was with Real Cool Cult, man.
Yeah, we were talking about them the other day. What is it like? What something sits on acid and was it my pussy?
No, that's Lords of Acid.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking
we
of.
toured with them. Yeah, we toured with them in '94. It was Lords of Acid, Thrill Kill Cult, God Lives Underwater.
I think.
It was the
Oh,
Ecstasy
yeah.
Ball tour. Yeah, I was
I
on
think
that
my
tour.
friend met. They were in Houston, and I think my friend got to hang out with Thrill Kill Cult. I remember them now.
Well, it was Groove, Buzz. There was still, the Beat Street Girls were still with us, and Thomas Thorne was no longer in the band, and I was just brought in as a tour, nothing studio, nothing permanent. And then
Oh wait, you were on
we,
tour with Thrill Kill Cult?
yeah, and then we started doing the S&M and Bondage shows. That was with the Ecstasy Ball, and then the Sextreme Ball, which came right after that one. And unfortunately, the Ecstasy Ball till this day is still, Groove and Buzz says, that's the worst fucking tour that they ever had and was ever on. For me, it was the highlight of my fucking life. You can imagine. And there was every iniquity underneath of the sun, until.
Oh yeah, I believe it. That's the rock and roll lifestyle.
Yeah, then when Wax Trax went down, that whole genre went to Cleopatra, TBT, then Reznor swept up who he could with Nothing and Interscope, and that was the end of it, man.
I remember
Even
they had that. Was it the Jim Rose traveling?
yes,
show?
Jim Rose was with the that was the Downward Spiral tour, and I was fortunate enough to be able to do the after parties. Some of the after parties. Downwards. It was Jim Rose Circus, Marilyn Manson, and Nine Inch Nails.
Yeah. The rubber guy, I think he was the rubber guy.
Mr. Lithgow.
He ended up in my town. My friend knew it. He was hanging out with my friend, and he needed a place to stay or something. So I offered him my bedroom, like he could sleep on the floor or something. He ended up finding some other place, but he almost stayed at my house, like one of the Jim Rose people. Almost ended up.
They're all good people, man. They're all good people. They're just, they're like me, man. They're just freaks of nature.
Yeah.
And we all got our own hang up. We got our own.
I'm just so encouraged that y'all are still out there.
Well, I am. Most everybody I know is dead.
A lot of them are.
Yeah, they lots of suicides, lots of drug overdoses,
some mental illness and other health problems.
Yeah, and I can definitely say that.
It's been 30 years, huh?
Yeah,
over 30.
Long. Yeah, it's been. Yeah, it's been. Yeah, 30 years. 30 fucking years, man.
Yeah, that was really like the last two rock, because after that I graduated from college and entered the workforce, and life became normal. Well, until I moved to Vegas, then it got wild again. But it was a different type of wild. Because the '90s was like all the world was being wild at the same time. It wasn't just.
Oh my God, was it not? Was it not off the hook?
Yeah. The '90s were. That's what, because the '80s were like fun, dancey, neon, and the '90s is when the world grew up and started facing reality and all the dark stuff that's like the little '80s innocent fantasy got popped.
Yeah,
or not really popped, but we just outgrew it. Like we just discovered drugs and sex and.
Oh my God! Yeah, so every possible avenue was available.
Yeah.
And I was
Oh, there's an echo.
Hold on, let me get rid of that. But anyhow, I was born in Liberty, Kentucky, man, and I didn't have if I'd have stayed there, I wouldn't have had any type of future. And luckily enough, I was keen enough with music that I was able to get some pretty good positions in some bands, and had my own bands throughout the years, and then eventually ran into Spotlight Productions in Louisville, Bill Behringer. and then it just took off from there. And every avenue was opened at that point. From
What kind of
Louisville
music
to
were you
Chicago.
playing?
At first, man, my first bands were heavy metal. I mean, really, some long hair, spandex wearing, real to life, man, metal.
Oh, like hair
And
band,
then,
like 80s metal?
yeah, yeah. I still have a couple original albums too that we've done in
Band
the studio.
that you did from your band?
Yeah, they're
Van Halen 1984 is still one of my absolute favorite rock albums ever.
yeah. That was
That 80s.
that was not. I was more into the Motley Crue, Quiet Riot, Judas Priest,
Yeah, I like
Iron
Quiet
Maiden.
Riot. Like, Come On Feel the Noise and Mama We're All Crazy.
Yeah, those were actually originally old Slade songs.
Yeah. Oh, I love Slade. I love Runaway.
Yeah, I Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. That's one of my favorite albums.
Yep.
Yeah, but anyhow, I felt that you just put my body and mind through the ringer, and sometimes I have to detoxify, and it's never a pleasant situation, but I figure it's safe here. You know what I mean? I don't
Well,
feel
here
like
on this channel for sure. Well, you probably have your
yeah,
pattern right now, though. Like you've done this enough times.
yeah. I've got a pretty good regimen, but it's finding safe places to go because I'm a recluse, heavy recluse, and I've got home health care, and they come twice a day now. So much
Oh.
for fame and fortune, yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, it's all right, brother. It's good, but my mind still works, you know. Just sometimes, man, the only thing I got available to me is social media.
Yeah, it's a amazing thing, and I've been doing it since COVID, like 2020. I've been living like this for the last 4 years. I don't plan to go back.
No. I had too many reality checks hit me. I've gone too far into the extremes and the broadening of one's ability to perceive things that I couldn't go back if I wanted to, Jeff. I've done scarred this mind so severely. I don't think there's ever going to be any coming back from it. But it's not a bad thing. I'm sorry,
think
man. I'm being real.
No, I'm not at all. I don't think it's different for anyone else. I think that's just your particular version of it. But none of us can go back. Like it's all we can do is go on.
Well, I don't know if you've ever seen my channel or listened to my live streams.
No, but let me put the link. I think I subscribed the other day.
I go to places other people dare not. And that's what kind of attracted me to what you had going on is I seen the satanic symbolism. I thought, oh, cool, man, I'm an omniist. Let me see what the hell's going on here. And I said, fuck, this is just a cool dude from the day, man. You know? And I was like, shit, this is all right. So we had our moment of, meeting, and I've come and checked on you, and I thought, man, even Dom was here earlier, and I was like, maybe I'll go chill there for a bit, kick it with somebody who was a part of that whole endeavor. But I took my mind into to the realm of the fabric of creation, the fabric of us being created, the constant, the persistent, how they function together, the underpinning and underlying workings of the divine proportions that hold the construct together.
What'd you come up with?
God is one hell of a fucking mathematician. And I don't mean God in the sense of what people conceive to be an indoctrinated God. I'm talking a creator. I'm talking this guy is like, when you start getting into hyper dimensional mathematics and you start understanding that that is the current that lies underneath of the divine proportion and mathematics that we observe as our equation, our environment, you start understanding the language of God and how it was all brought together and created with vibration, frequencies. And you really have to take a retrospective look at yourself and understand that even though you feel all the sensations and you go through all the motions, you're still it's kind of Pinocchio, man. You're not a real boy, you know. You're a creation held inside of a biosphere that self-perpetuate without any type of interference, and it generates life, which feeds on life, which produces life, and that's the cycle. And then you've got the great clock in the sky. I live on a 13-day or a 13-month calendar. I don't use clocks anymore. But when you start watching the processions and you start understanding how everything is cyclical in nature, and then you understand the fractal concepts behind anything from the universe all the way down to a seed starting out in the ground, you start to realize that there's more possibility, so much more possibility beyond this limited plane.
The physical plane?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I believe that too. I believe that humans have demonstrated an amazing amount of creative potential. Mental, artistic, emotional, technological, social. So I don't think we know the limits of our potential yet either. Was that feeling like when like the God in mathematics that you experienced, was that feeling, was it humbling? Was it liberating? Was it frustrating? What was, like, once you realized that you were this creation trapped in the biological world, what was the feeling psychologically of that awareness?
Frustrated.
Like wanting to break free or feeling imprisoned
Well,
or held back?
It's kind of like, almost like a pet in a cage, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not demeaning. I have animals, and but once I discovered the underlying nature of things and the mathematics behind it, and I understood the constant, and the constant being that which was created without any of man's influence, period. And the persistent being man constantly building and interacting with the constant. That's the difference between the constant and persistent. Persistent is perpetual. It was created. It continues without any assistance, and it can do quite well without humans. Believe me, it'd probably do better without
Yeah, I
humans.
mean, it was here before we were. So
Yeah, and then I look at the persistent, and I see repetitive cycles, small ones, large ones, and then I look at the macro, and I see the luminaries, and I start watching the patterns and studying the patterns and the various houses and modes and the modulation and the energies, the 28-day moon cycle and the 13-month calendar, and it all becomes so much, so overwhelmingly massive. And then you realize when you stop for just a second, you're just a fucking creation and you're not here for a very long time.
some of that sounds very platonic, and also very William Blake. I think he would agree with a lot of what you're saying
It's
or
fucked
relate to
up.
the experience.
It's really fucked up for me, Jeff. I carry a really dark side, and that's probably what I'm more known for on social media than anything, is being a less than high vibing individual. You know, I find more pleasure in the dark. I find it easier to see in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I've always expressed that. You know, I do both good and evil. I transcend between each spectrum, and that's with all things that I do. But it has a wearing on you, and it has a wearing on the soul after a while. And then once you understand the confines that you're under, frustration, man.
And
It's
there's
really
also
frustrating.
time. Like
There's what?
there's physical, there's space, and nature. There's also time.
Well, I know that there's variables in time, and I know that time is not a constant. So I don't use time as a part of my concept, but I do use the luminaries, because I know at different variables, time becomes differential.
What do you
If you
mean?
can,
Like it's subjective?
if you can lose time or you can gain time according to a nuclear clock, then time has a differential in it.
Oh, I
That
don't
means
know.
it's not constant. Yeah.
Well, it's subjective. I mean, like even individuals experience time differently throughout different parts of their day or life. So there's a huge subjective component to the experience of time. But then, like scientifically, we can measure it using these arbitrary measures that we've come up with that we all agree on as standards to measure by.
Right, and
But
it's
outside of
agreed
that,
upon.
and then we use it as like a constant in math equation, so it works mathematically. The concept of time works.
The base 60 does seem to hold more relevance to the concept of time than various other forms. But even at base 60 against the nuclear clock, there's still a differential once you surpass a certain speed. So that means speed is not, or speed is a variable that breaks the constant of time. And
The
whenever
speed of light.
speed, if you
Just
get a
speed
chance,
in-
if you get a chance, look up where even astronauts have lost seconds from the nuclear clock. And
Well, I know there's a relation between space and time. And if you send someone far enough out into space and they come back, that the time will have changed for them in relation to everybody else on Earth.
that's a theory. I've never been in space, man. I don't know. You know.
Well, it was more like a thought experiment to illustrate that
Yeah,
time
I
and
like
space
that.
are relative to, or
Thought
time is
experiment.
relative. It was Einstein, I believe. I think it was part of relativity.
Yeah, it was. It was. It was. I ascribe more to cycles, thermodynamics, and entropy. You know.
Yeah, that makes sense to me from the scientific, like in the scientific paradigm, from the scientific worldview of time, that all fits in.
You know, once you start putting base 60 to your concept of time, I feel that you're limiting a constant possibility. And knowing where I'm at and understanding minusculely the nature of this construct will feed to the energy that you seek. If you look for it, this construct will feed it to you. It caters.
The construct being the universe, like all this
No,
stuff
this
out.
plane of existence, what we're going through right now. Right now, us being alive on this plane of existence, in this reality, when you project energy out, this reality, this field, we'll call it the ether, will project back that which you have projected into. So if you're looking for, let's say, to be an auto mechanic, and you pursue those endeavors, then this construct is going to do everything in its power to suffice you in your endeavor, as long as you're endeavoring wholeheartedly. You can't half-ass anything. And it's the same in certain communities, or like whenever I sought out to find and understand the nature of things beyond this Christian God and devil, or Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and Buddha, and you know, it was mind-boggling there for a bit, until I gave it all up and shredded it all away from me, and then I started feeding from what I could fundamentally prove, things that I knew through my test I could prove,
Like math.
were solid. So far, math hasn't let me down. There's some monster equations out there that are virtual paradoxes. But my final conclusion was that we live in a system that has every potential and every mathematical equation already written in it. And that was where it all originated, was the all-encompassing divine equation. And from there, we started chopping and hacking and applying our own identity to something that wasn't ours in the first place, the creation.
But how can we have avoided that? That just seems like the
Stayed
natural
primitive.
for humans to do. Yeah, like primitive.
Yeah, stayed primitive. See, Jeff, I lived as a nomad out on the road for about 3 years to find myself. I stayed in Arizona, and my home was on top of Alamo. It's Alamo Lake, 7,000 foot up, no service zone, no humans for almost, it's 80 to 100 miles. And it's just me and my dog.
Oh, wow.
And I did my sabbatical there because I was a heavy addict. And I had a lot of responsibilities that I had just really neglected. And that was because of the privileged life that I had left, just everything at my fingertips. And when all that had subsided, well, here's this once was. Now what do I do? So I loaded up my service dog and custom built a sleeper on my truck and took off across country. I went to coast to coast 5 times, man.
You went to where?
Coast to coast 5 times
Oh,
in 3 years. Yep. And my home was on top of Alamo Lake Mountain outside of Wickiesburg in Arizona. And when I come back from that sabbatical, after not being around humans for a prolonged period of time, or even having to interact with humans or be responsible for anything except my dog, my eating habit and liquid. Hell, had my shelter. My whole outlook on things changed. I had always been into metaphysics and the occult, anything I could get my damn hands on. There was no limit, and I went without caution or restraint. And now that I have a fundamental understanding, it's almost profoundly less than amusing, Jeff.
how long have you had the understanding? Like, when did this happen?
When I was in the desert.
And so, what do you do with it from there?
You make
The
peace with yourself.
Yeah.
You embrace the darkest part of yourself and accept it because it's
That's
part
got to
of
be
you.
hard.
And understand that there are good times, but those good times will also come with kicks in the teeth.
Yeah.
And you are inherently a potential serial killer, whether you like it or not.
Mm.
That's just a reality that people don't address. And I've had a lot
I think we're all capable of horrible things under the right
Yes.
circumstances, but I think serial killers are also something very specific that a lot of humans are not.
Right, and I'm not saying serial killer is in the fact or the concept of Jeffrey Dahmer type serial killers.
Okay.
I'm talking under the right conditions, a man is going to do, or a female, or even a child is going to do what it has to do.
Yeah, we are animal. We have a savage
Oh
bestial
my
side
God,
to us.
yes. It's just I embraced mine. I wanted to know, okay, they tried to scare the shit out of me with this devil guy, this Satan. And Southern Baptist, that's the way I was raised, and I had to get the fuck away from that. And then I thought, okay, and I've got this other concept that I'm being hit with Western society that either I acknowledge God or I burn in hell. And I said, no, no, because to me, that's, you might as well have me in shackles and chains at that point in time. There's no free will there, which is another thing that I discovered that was very disappointing for me. But anyhow, I endeavored to go as deep and dark as I possibly could, and to find out how dark I really was. How much in me was that truly vile? And it's boundless, man. And if it's in me, it's in
Was this just in your imagination, exploring your mind, or did you actually do things to facilitate that exploration?
I didn't do anything illegal.
Okay. But it was more than just like speculating about it.
I have nothing to say on that.
Okay. And so at some
And
point
then-
you did discover what you felt like were the limits of your darkness, or close to?
Well, I found that if left unchecked, it has a way of consuming you. But then also the other spectrum has a way of consuming you. The high vibing, happy go lucky. Do you know how miserably annoying those people are to someone who's sitting in a kind of a gothic state of mind?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, exactly. I was an industrial goth.
Yeah.
Heavy.
I've been both, actually, so I know
Yeah.
it from both sides.
There you go, man. You know, and I explored it. You truly don't know who you are until you shed all the indoctrination and all the preconceived notions, and you go so far into yourself that there's no turning back. And take your mind beyond the bounds of safety protocol to limits that other people generally break and go insane. And each time set your safety protocol a little further out, a little further out, a little further out. And eventually people start getting scared of you, man.
Mm-hmm.
They start losing touch with what you actually comprehend and see. I'll throw one at you, Jeff. What do you think free will is?
Oh Lord, we had this conversation the other day with Denizen. We have this over and over. To me, it's the ability to choose, and the free will people that I argue with concede to that. So for them, free will is something else. It's how free that choice actually is or not. And for me, it's the actual ability to make the choice, not necessarily how free it is or how free from influence it is.
Can I give you my perspective?
Yeah.
And take it with a grain of salt, man. You know, as far as anyone's concerned, I'm an insane motherfucker right now, coming down off of some extremely powerful shit for several weeks. So they can think whatever they want to of me. Free will is unlimited options. You have unlimited possibilities, but you can only make one choice. Not to do, sit or stand, left or right, forward or backward.
So you mean ultimately, regardless of the number of options, when it comes down to making the choice, it's ultimately it's being reduced to 2 at any given moment that you're choosing between?
No, it's reduced to whatever you decide to do. That's what collapses the wave function of possibility. Possibility is just a wave. It's a potential.
But it's not completely unlimited. Like we can't fly or like just like snap our fingers and make money appear.
I'm talking in practicality.
Oh, okay. DaFreak's gonna join us in just a bit.
Yeah, DaFreak. He's all right. No, I was just talking in practical terms. You know, not like.
All right, because when you said unlimited, it just makes me think like infinite. But so there's a certain number of possibilities, and then between those, you narrow it down and you choose, and then eventually it becomes one thing. And
Right,
will is the
until
process. To me, will is the process of choosing and causing it to be that one thing and not another thing. But you're saying it's tied to the amount of choices as well.
no, I agree with you. I agree with you
Oh.
totally on that.
Because the other people that I talk to do say that, like it's how much choice you have is how free your will is. So if you only have 3 choices, your will is less free. If you have 1,000
see, I don't
choices,
limit
your will
myself.
is more free.
And I'm sorry for talking over you, Jeff. I really am. You got to forgive
no,
me
it
for
doesn't
that,
bother me.
man. I'm really sick right now, but
That happens all the time on here.
no, it's still no excuse. That's improper etiquette.
It's cultural. It doesn't bother me at all. I do want
The
Freak. I don't know what he's chewing, but it's taken an awful long time. I do want to hear.
he'll be on board. But yeah, you'll limit your possibilities yourself. You will do more with safety protocols as far as limiting your possibilities, which will limit your choices and your decision that you make, which collapses the possibilities down to one potential.
Yeah.
And that's disappointing to me because I can see aspect. If there was 5 aspects of me, then there could be 5 things in motion at the exact same time within entanglement at different places with the same consciousness.
Maybe.
It's in the Vedas. It makes perfect sense when I read it.
Oh, that's okay, Freak. I'm waiting for you to join so I can go. I'm gonna let y'all talk for a second and go grab a refill. Yeah, I agree about the depth. I definitely relate to that part. I think I did it in different ways, and I think I got enough answers to satisfy me where I didn't have to go. I didn't have to like find the limits of it. I found enough of it to where I got enough that satisfied me where I could say, okay, I got what I needed from this.
Yeah, you could drive yourself insane very easily
Yeah.
if you don't take precautions when you're venturing to nether regions of possibility and let's say unbound knowledge.
But another way I do it though is through like books, like other people's writings, movies, and like music, rock and stuff. So I can like use art and through other people's descriptions and imaginings and experience of it, I can do some of that exploration through them where I don't have to so much expose my own self to those limits.
Oh, I can appreciate a vicarious type of life like that. There's a lot of people live vicariously.
Like Jim Morrison can touch those limits for me and go through all that, and then I can just through his music get a taste of those limits without myself putting myself through what he put himself through.
Right, and if you ever listen or to the live chats that me and Dom have done, Dominique, you'll see. Yeah, I pushed myself to the edge many times. And,
on the stream during the chat?
No. It's this has been an ongoing endeavor, and then my music is a massive reflection of potential.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like people using music to do that. Some of my favorite artists are like that. Glenn Branca, Michael Girard from Swans. They try to use music to push those limits through mostly guitar and rock elements.
Yeah, it's just hey.
Oh, hey, Freak.
Good evening. Nice to meet you guys. I don't know if we've ever spoke before, or maybe we just chatted or something, but you seem familiar.
Well,
Well,
Freak, we're Axis, meet DaFreak.
cool. Hey, DaFreak.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I've seen you around, man. I'm kind of a metaversal old schooler, but you know, absolutely, I've seen you around, man.
Awesome. So, I like to query people and just see where their mind's at and stuff, like kind of like you and Jeff have been doing.
Yeah.
Through all your experiences and stuff, do you think that there is an actual entity, creator, God, type of thing out there?
That for this place to be random and hold the proportions of mathematics that are seen and unseen, and I'm talking everything from just general mathematics to sacred geometry to hyperdimensional geometry to quantum geometry, for that to have been a random act means that the universe is completely organized. And whatever brought it into existence, it had already had predetermined organization within its own development. Or, on the other hand, there was a great designer, a grand architect, a programmer behind this construct and what we are as beings, which even now I question is, we're just observers more than we are anything.
Yeah, that's probably more true than you know. Actually, you said you were raised in church and Baptist or something.
Oh, that was my youth, man. They tried to scare God into me and torture me with the devil and shit. But I got my first Ozzy album. I was like, fuck this, man. We went down the road. And I read Richard Bach's Illusions. I read Autobiography of a Yogi and started, really tripping into some shit. And I got into metaphysics and occults and various religions and sex. And I just had to learn it all firsthand. And I did.
Yeah.
And every one of them come with the same bullshit. It
Yeah.
did not matter. From
So, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
54.
54. I'll be 50 in August.
Well, brother, don't get easy.
Yeah, I'm finding out. It's like I'm starting to lose my hair like I never have. It's like, oh man, I'm going bald all of a sudden. Kind of sucks, but
Well, I think it goes by like your mom's dad's side of the family or something, but it happens to a lot of us.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man. I'm a fucking hairball. Hold on. There we go.
There you
like
go.
the blue light.
Hair for days, man.
Oh yeah, you were metal though. That makes
You can almost pass for camera.
any of the go bald, any of the metal guys.
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna make a couple of assumptions. Going through like all your dark stuff and kind of summarizing what a lot of that is. You've probably seen yourself in what I call the Hall of Fear, and that the things that are trying to block you from whatever is your destiny is basically a bunch of nothings that are bluffing. And I'm wondering how far to the end of the hall have you come?
Well, I can tell you this. If you was to put it in front of me, and it would be as real as things that I have done, seen, and summoned, or been a part of, then it would have to be damn scary. Kind of like maybe a gun pointing at my head loaded with an asshole that's ready to use it on me, but not to kill me, just to torture me. But outside of that, man, thoughts, realms, dimensions. Nah, man. No, I don't.
So
I don't
let me
hesitate
ask
to
you a different
tread.
way. When you find yourself in the Hall of Fear and things are trying to bluff you out of walking forward, is there?
That
Are you still turned away, or do you just walk forward?
hell no, man. Those were safety protocols. No way, man. Um, that's what brought me here to his channel. Is I devoutly, if you ever happen to run into my channel or you ever see me out and about, man, I'm an omniist. I observe every religion, mystery school, occult. It does not matter. I observe it and I take from it what I can use, and the rest of it, I just leave it there. So if they have an intriguing piece of information, no matter how dark and deep it may run, if it serves me, I use it.
Have you ever done like DMT or anything that like would cause you to
Yeah.
see? What were those interactions like? Anything productive?
Nope. Not for me. Pretty heavy on the hallucinations and the loss of I'm going to say concentration, because I would get caught up in the effect and I would lose myself in the effect, and then I would catch myself and I would kind of snap back for a second, and then I would fade back into the effect again, and I found that I couldn't keep coherency.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
There.
What?
Was there any like? I've never done DMT, but I've done like LSD and mushrooms and stuff, and they talk about there's entities that people like they actually talk to them like aliens, or some will say they're demons or they're greys or they're reptilians, or
I've met them. I met some of them.
I'm
Those
wondering
are
like what they say or what they do or how those interactions go.
those to me are just you understand, I hope, that you have a limited perception, visually, audibly, even through your ability to feel things. But there is layer upon layer upon layer of things that are beyond our spectrum. And I found that excessive drug use of certain types of drugs, not promoting drugs, I do not suggest that anybody do drugs, allows you the ability to kind of peer into these overlapping existences that are intermingling with us. I mean, they're all around us. Sometimes they're stifling, and I've pushed myself to the point where I was, I don't know, man. I was looking through the cracks, I guess.
Has there ever been like a coherent conversation, like that you had, or interaction that made sense, or anything with any of these things?
Only summoning.
Only what?
Summoning.
Say again. Some.
Summoning?
Summoning. Yeah, summoning.
Summon?
Certain entities have personalities. Certain entities are kind of indifferent. There are other types of entities that are more primal, like your elemental energies, earth, wind, fire, and water. They're indifferent, but they still hold a primal spirit to them. And then you can go as far as summoning something directly that has an objective, and if you're willing to work with it and you understand what you're doing.
So
I've experienced these
summoning is
things. these things too, but like on the drugs. But I was very aware that they were coming from my own brain. Like it was my brain that was producing them, although they seemed very real, and you interacted with them as though they were external entities.
It's when
So,
you don't have the drugs and you are interacting with them. That's where you start crossing the borderline of being able to tell people what you're doing, what you're seeing, and what's going on. It's good to keep a book of shadows so that if you go completely insane, at least they know why. They can sell it on eBay.
nice. That's really a good idea. Jeff, what were those? I mean, you knew, let's just call it a hypothetical, that it was a internal working, as far as you could perceive that you were having this interaction. But what was the interaction? What were they trying to do or say? Or
it was different for like some were. I remember one time there was this Indian spirit. He was called Grandfather Wind, and he appeared to me kind of as a presence floating in front of me, and he was trying to teach me wisdom and like pass on stuff from the ancestors. So it was stuff, sometimes it was stuff like that. One time it was this real dark presence, and I could feel it like inside, coming up inside of me, but then it like stepped out of me and went out into the atmosphere of the world, or like, and it was scary because I'm like, oh, something just came out of me and then went out into the world, but it came from me. I hope that doesn't mean I just put something bad out in the world. So there was things like that. There was an alien I had an entire conversation with. He was doing something with my brain. I could feel like his little, he had like these needle fingers, like on an EKG, how they go along the paper like that, and he was like running them along my brain, and they were touching the neurons, each little needle finger, and he was telling me to relax, and he's like, I know this is scary, but just let me do what I'm doing. You have to trust me. And I was freaked out because I was that was a bad trip, and I was trying to relax and breathe and let this alien thing do whatever he had to do to my brain. And it felt like an actual being, an entity. But I know it was just my brain. It was the drug. So it was stuff like that, like where you're having conversations and communicate with these things that are outside of you, but you know that it's just because you're on this drug and it's your brain creating it.
Is it?
Well, in my worldview, it was.
Okay.
It was chemistry, like
I understand frequency and
the chemical formula.
You know, I understand brain chemistry, synaptic firing, frequency. I work with frequencies. As a matter of fact, that's where I got most of my nasty reputation. Was from working with frequencies on social media. I'm a developer, a sound developer, and I work with subtonal frequencies.
Oh yeah,
and
I've heard of
high range
do you think I make all that weird porn on Pornhub?
No, I can control the mood of a panel when I'm on it. When I used to, I had to quit because people were scared to fucking death, man.
Okay, come on now. What, like using a machine? Like you had these little sound tones?
Yeah, you can change the frequency. No.
Well,
You talk to Dom about it. Dom got to witness it a couple of times.
Just to test.
No, I told them I would not do it. If I do it here and if I do it for you, and people are going to think that I'm doing it again.
Well, let me just ask you this: how many options are there? Is there like a specific number of options of like tones you could turn the panel into?
Well, yeah, it all depends on the frequencies that you use. I mean, you can use frequencies like 430 seconds or 521 or any of that, and it's kind of calm. You know, it's relaxing. But when you start getting to subtones and you start getting down to around the 10 hertz area and lower, it brings anger out of people. And they become very disruptive and aggravated. Most people, I've seen lots of people just drop out of chat. And then there's higher frequencies which bring on a sense of aggression, and panelists become very aggressive towards each other. And I've played with both spectrums and everything in between.
What's the difference?
I mean, I've seen all of that happen without frequencies on these panels. So you're saying that the same thing that normally happens on the panels randomly, you can cause to happen with the right frequency.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would. Well, I'm not gonna push you to do something like violate something you don't want to violate. But I would definitely be interested if the opportunity was ever there to see.
Maybe privately, I would do something.
The anger and the aggression in terms of behavior.
Well, what it was is I got tired of disruptive people on the panels because I'm not a satirical person. I'm a literal person that bases myself on fact more so than anything, and speculation is for the speculators. So these disruptors would come on, and they would start disrupting the chat, taking it over, creating drama, whatever in the fuck it was that they were doing at the time, and I would start pumping with that wave and that frequency, and just absolutely take it over the top. If you want any type of confirmation, Cage Reality, Dominique,
is that Cage guy that hangs out on the panels?
Yeah, Cage Reality, Dominique, Charles was, Jesus Christ, there's so many. But yeah, they've Max Vision, Max Vision's remote viewing. He's witnessed it. Well, but I let him. That's kind of my cohorts in studying frequencies and defensive frequencies against intrusive frequencies that are used on us. Intrusive frequencies being cellular frequencies, Wi-Fi frequencies, other crowd control and disruptive frequencies to either bring on confusion, uncomfortable frequencies, and I was able to neutralize those by dualing and sometimes tripling the wave factor. So I would use 3 different frequencies to neutralize one frequency, and then I could sleep. And I could rest. And then I built a small Faraday around where my little studio is, and I was able to then get a 0 reading. So I knew that I wasn't able to get any type of signal for my phone, my Wi-Fi, nothing. And then from there, I started playing with pure tone and started working with the frequencies on pure tone, and then started developing them to get a response. And very fruitful.
You selling that stuff?
No, fuck no. No. I done been turned in, and I had a lot of my shit confiscated, man. I don't want to go through that again. That was thanks to Tommy.
Sure. Really? What?
Yeah.
Why would Tommy
I was about to say Tommy. I ask it if Tommy uses that frequency or people are using it on Tommy.
No, he turned me in.
All on his own.
Yeah, I know. Tommy don't like me.
He doesn't.
I don't like Tommy. So.
Yeah. Well, there's a few of them
He was
out
against
there.
the whole frequency thing. Like he had a problem with it.
fuck yeah, he had a problem with it. He had a problem with it. There were so many people, man. I mean, just,
What did he say it was a problem with?
they didn't like being subjected, especially on the Aesthetic Warriors channel. When I stood up for Ian from We Are Awake News the first time that he dropped off the scene, and everybody was attacking him because I knew what Ian had done for the communities. I had been there since the beginning, and so I defended him. And in the process of defending him, I was doing work on various technologies. And one of my first endeavors into frequency influence was on Aesthetic Warrior and his channel. And he kind of he made it was kind of funny at first.
I'm just interested to see if it even works. Like if I even feel it.
That was when Z and Tommy were getting along then?
Actually, Tommy hadn't even entered the scene at that point in time as even an interest. Tommy was still, he didn't even have a channel then. He was still just roaming around being a Limit Tommy wherever he showed up. And, you know, I could take him or leave him. That was cool. You know, no problem with that.
Yeah.
But then Tommy, I don't know, it's almost like he built a hit list. You know?
Right.
To me, that's just too much time online. That's too much time in the YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to stop the disruptors so that I could get on a channel and actually hold an intelligent conversation with somebody without
a lot of that should be on the host. Like the people shouldn't have to bring their own disruptors just to be able to participate on a panel if the host is that bad.
It was that bad.
Yeah, I know. I have seen a lot of them get that way.
It was that bad. It's not now.
It's
not near what
bad.
it was.
Some of them are.
Is it? Is Paul still running his rhetoric?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's you know, Paul encountered me once, and that was it. He'd had enough of me. That was just one encounter. Jack, he just don't fuck with me. You know, he take me or leave me. It doesn't matter to him. The Aesthetic Warrior he's got respect for me, man. And props to that. London tried the satirical shit. London McLovin, the rebuttal bar.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried to pull that satirical shit, and I wasn't going for it. But I recently went on a panel and turned him on to some information to help in his endeavors. But I mostly
at everything, so I don't see why he wouldn't look at it. Whatever, you know, he looks at everything. I think.
Well, yeah,
London.
I remember him back when he first started coming on as a panelist on We Are Awake News. His first endeavors into the panelverse. And he was very slow, very methodical in his approach and his words. And then after Ian took his first sabbatical, and I went to bat for principle. You know, I know what Ian had done for, hell, he started over half the platforms you guys visit now. And I completely went to bat for him. And took on London, took on Paul's Aesthetic Warrior, took on every one of them motherfuckers. And I even brought the Cult of Axis into it at one point in time, and we were hitting channels.
Wow.
The whole fucking cult, you know. And
He must have come in after Ian because I've never seen him broadcast or anything before.
well, when Ian come back, he come back with the soul trap stuff, and I don't buy into the soul trap, because it doesn't equate mathematically. There's too many derivatives in that equation that come to non-potential. So I discarded it, but I still held true to Ian and still went on his panel a few times and gave him props, this, that, and another. And me and Ian are still friends to this day. You know, I've got his personal number. Me and him talked for years.
Does he actually still broadcast?
No, he's dealing with.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever, like I said, he must have dropped out like right when I came in or something, because I hear him talked about, but I never like seen him, or you know, maybe like a clip or two or something. But that's about it. What about you, Jeff?
Who, Ian?
Yeah, I think. What was?
No, I just know him from. I've just seen a few clips of him. I saw him one day. He makes a very good panel, Daddy. I wish he considered being ours. I saw him. He got into it with, I think, Flo, about some that weird autistic kid. What's his name? Joshua.
The one, yeah, Joshua, the one that's a pathetic warrior originally brought in.
And protect, like, you're not going to treat my guests that way, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, you go. That's right. Take control of that panel. I wish more people ran their panels that way. And I was really impressed with him that day. Even though I didn't necessarily agree with him, because I think the kid's weird, creepy too, but I don't want him on my panel either. But I appreciated the way Ian moderated his panel.
Ian started, like I said, I named the channels that Ian got started. He got London started, London McLovin in the rebuttal bar. He got Pathetic Warrior, where he is. The grassroots of Pathetic Warrior started on We Are Awake News. Prior to that, he says that he had a social media presence, but no indication. But after the Ian deal, yeah, he developed his platform. Jack can owe a lot of what he's got now to where Ian was an influence with him at one point in time. And Paul tried to usurp Ian's channel, and even Tommy got bit.
People are saying Talcott came from Paul.
Yeah, yeah, I was around when they first showed up. Yeah, I was around for their very first appearance.
What do you mean by usurp? Like, is that a whole process? What does that entail?
Paul had a bad habit of going to people that had, 1,000 more subscribers, and he would come on and he would try and he would usurp the subscribers to his channel, and he would try and destroy the host and the credibility of the channel that he was usurping.
Damn.
Oh yeah, it was a vicious fucking war.
Like intentionally? How do y'all know he was doing it? He said he was doing this?
Well, go back and look through the archives, man.
Oh, I don't know. There's no way.
Like by any means necessary kind of a thing?
That was Paul's, seemed to be his mode of operation.
People take this so seriously. Like, this is modern.
Do you think that means like having other people, having other people in the chat and having other people on the show that are on board with the usurping?
Yes, yeah. He was notorious for putting plants in. As a matter of fact, if you do any of your research, you'll find that there were several plants that were there to take Ian down. And
how does that happen? How do they take them down?
They start attacking the chat. They start attacking the host. They start discrediting the host. They start presenting a more palatable ideal on their channel. and they try to present themselves as a personality that has more credibility and value, and then slowly they just start taking the numbers, and the host is left in a shit show. It's just that Ian knew when to duck and dodge the fucking shit when it hit the
how
fan.
does that work though on channels?
I'm not going to tell you how all that fucking shit works, man. I don't need people doing that shit anymore.
Well, let me
that
my
was
question. How does that work on a channel with a credible host that has built up a reputation that people can trust? Like, you can't just randomly destroy any channel that way.
The hell you can't.
I don't know. People haven't done it to me yet.
I've seen it done. I've seen it done to prominent channels.
I'm more worried about stuff like the porn bombers than any plants. Supposedly we have Joe Rogan plants here.
Wait till you piss somebody off, like me. I'm not threatening you. People know better than to fuck with me. They know that I have not only frequencies, but I was building computers way back in with the 8088s, the IBMs, and we were some of the first ones to have 28.8 modems and using various frequencies and pitches to get on internet access and various other things. So I was schooled at a very, very early age, and whenever this technology first began, and then I went through the peer-to-peer wars and the whole Napster, FrostWire, LimeWire, peer-to-peer wars. Yeah, and I was there for that. I was there during the pop-ups. I used to go to the MIRC. I used to F-serve on channels, which you have to have etiquette because they're all controlled by bots. And I educated myself, and I got an A+, or I got an A+ certification. Which don't mean shit. It just means that I can operate systems. And then I wound up as a security guard before I took my hiatus on the road, and I was a systems operator for the security, Fort Security.
So the disruption panels, the disruption chat, that's all part of the usurping, would you say? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you make it incoherent enough, and I don't care what kind of host you are. You can scream, yell, cuss.
No, you block. And you don't, first of all, you don't let them on your panel. Second of all, if they're disrupting the comments, you block them. That's what I do here. That's why they're not, that's why none of that's
happening. You know what sock accounts are?
I blocked those. Snafu tried to come on one time with like 10 different accounts. They all got blocked.
Oh, hell. Good for you. Good for you, man. Good for you. But see, not all content creators are like that, Jeff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it only happens to the channels that already make themselves vulnerable to those kind of tactics. So it's part of it's on the responsibility of the panel, the host, the creator.
Yeah, their ego. Some people put so much pride into what they do with their channels that when they're about to be usurped or attacked, they're just not going to have it. And for them to start deleting, banning, or even ostracizing kind of is a defeatist, cowardice way of dealing with shit. And they will fight to the fucking death. Literally.
You think that's what happened to OTW?
Oh, I was around for OTW when he first come on the scene. We always called him the weakest link. Because he flip-flopped.
Z and OTW are the same thing?
No. OTW even fucked Z. Z gave him a spot on his show to do the, I think it was the news, the meta news, and OTW just couldn't stick with it. And then OTW tried to strike out on his own, failed miserably. Paul gave him an option: give me the keys to your channel, and you'll start getting views. OTW handed the keys over, and OTW started getting the views and the protection, and there was.
It's like the panel mafia.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
It's what it fucking is, man.
It kind of is.
And unless you
he seems to be comfortable there, so
he is now.
Yeah. He's probably just happy to be, part of anything, I guess.
He is. And more power to him, man.
Yeah, I mean, if it's working. But when I think of when you say usurp and, kind of this, what's going on, that's what I think of as OTW.
Well, OTW was such a minor player in all this. He came on, he was backing Ian. Then he flip-flopped that. Then him and Ian got into it. And then OTW tried to set out on his own. Then he tried to team up with anybody he could. Then he tried to cater to anybody he could. And it was just one fiasco right after another with this guy, until he became almost a predictable nuisance. And that's whenever he wound up. Z gave him a really good spot, man, on the Pathetic Warrior show to do the meta news, man. And he blew that all to hell. And then he handed the keys over to Paul, and that was that.
Where is he today?
He's still broadcasting.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Frank.
So, Jeff, have you ever found yourself in the Hall of Fear, as I call it? It's kind of like a dark hall, and there's a bunch of weird, evil kind of entities that are basically trying to instill fear into you, but you have to walk through the hall.
I've had little brief experiences, like I was at a park one night with a friend, and we were walking down this trail, and it was dark, and we thought we heard a noise, and we were scared to go forward, but I still wanted to see the rest of the park at night, so I forced myself to ignore the fear and go forward, and it was a beautiful, like the moon was shining on this trail. It was beautiful, so I'm glad I conquered so little things like that, but nothing major that like crippled my whole psyche and was this big transformative experience.
Let me ask you, Jeff. You're not truly a Satanist then.
I'm consider myself a Satanist.
Do what?
I said I consider myself a Satanist.
Okay. Is it by principle of natural law, or is it by practice?
It's by me deciding that I'm a Satanist.
Okay. Well, that's cool. It's a decision. I mean, at least you got a sense of direction. That's more than a lot of people can fucking say. You're convicted by something, which is even more than a lot of other people can say.
It kind of is that. I have, because I was an atheist before, so I would say I have more of a sense of direction with the Satanism than I did as an atheist. So yes, you were right.
See, some of my more invested interests into we'll call it darker energies was vested there, and that's where some of the more malevolent things that I'd done with darker energies was from that arena.
From what arena?
They call it Satanism, but Satanism is such a generic term because
and there's
I belong to the
theistic and organized and individual and all that. Was yours more theistic, like left-hand path?
Absolutely. Yeah, because once I went to the Church of Satan here in Indianapolis and the one here at Knox in Indiana, I was just like, You know, even the after hours ritual things that they do are basically bubblegum. Literally. Fucking, it's a lot of drama. There's a lot of bisexuality, a lot of gay play, a lot of rebellion, a lot of social drama, and you know, Lucius is okay. You know, Lucius
Oh, you
Green.
talking about the Satanic Temple?
Yeah, you know, he comes by some of them, and the one out in Arizona, they weren't too bad. They were a lot better than the ones here, but all in all, it wasn't. It was just natural law. You know, they studied some of the OTO stuff and a lot of Crowley, a lot of LaVey, and a lot of drama. But I was into something much more real.
Was it a particular path, existing path? I know they have like Temple of Set and Order of the Nine Angels.
Like I said, man, I'm an omniist. I took from everything.
So what do you think happens to you when you die?
I was at peace, and to this very day, I even this morning with my in-home, because I'm ready to go. I'm ready to move on, man. My
Yeah,
kids
same
are
here.
grown. They've done. They're okay. I've only got my mom's the only living relative that I have left, you know, and I'm not in very good fucking health. I lived and did every fucking thing I ever wanted to fucking do. And now I'm just tired. I'm tired. I'm I'm overstimulated mentally, and I really don't see any productive reason for it to go on. You know,
I hear
Well,
you.
too bad you don't live in Canada.
I know maid service, right?
They have
Right?
a whole. They
I
have
mean,
a,
yeah, I can see it's easy to talk yourself into that kind of despair, but you only have this life.
You think? Can you prove that?
Yeah, well, you know you at least have this life. So you think there's some other life and you're ready for that?
I think there's peace.
But isn't it like, I don't know, well, you're not Christian, so never mind.
you
But I
think
know
there's
when
what? I didn't hear. You think there's what?
I said I know there's peace.
Peace.
there's
Okay.
what? Oh, peace.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where
And
I
you don't
was.
have peace now?
Fuck no. Not since they brought me back. Fuck no. 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 No, every fucking day. Every fucking day since they brought me back has been nothing but one fucking bullshit turmoil after another. To the
So you
point
actually had
where,
like a death experience.
you know, the fact that flight sat down in my yard and whoever in the fuck called them just rifles me. And to see just the whole waking up with fish tanks hooked up to my lungs, fucking doctors coming in patting themselves on the back, you know, fuck you guys, man. Fuck every one of you to hell. To the darkest depths of it, man. You stole my peace. You
How
took
long
it
ago
from
was
me.
that?
I was 38 years old.
Oh, so not like a few years ago. It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah.
How long were you there?
Long enough to know peace.
So I'm gonna try to explain like when
I
you talk
died
about
over. I was in.
floating,
No, no,
you're
no, no.
in a place of like darkness where there's no one else around. It's peaceful and it's just like I call it suspended animation. Does that
Yes,
sound about right?
yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it happened right over the Ohio River, man. I remember the technician moving the oxygen in front of his face because I guess he'd seen death before. I don't know. And he looked out, and when I was looking, trying to see where he was looking, and he was looking out over the Ohio River, and the next thing I know, I'm in the most peaceful, serene, uh, un, un, unadulterated serenity. And then the next thing is I'm waking up with fucking fish tanks hooked to my lungs and people parading around.
So you were able to see his vision of the Ohio River or something, but were you able to see what he was seeing, or was it just darkness?
No, I've seen the Ohio River. There was an exiting from the helicopter. Um, there was an exiting from the body. There was an exiting from this plane of existence. And there was no white light. There was no Jesus. There was no family. There was no nothing of that nature. It was just fucking peaceful, man.
What kept you around for so long? That's a long time.
You know, everybody says, God's not done with you. Yeah, well, I'm done with myself, man. I don't give a
Well,
fuck what God thinks.
what's kept you
Because I
until
don't believe in suicide, man.
well, yeah, I don't think that's good either. That sounds healthy.
Um,
I understand the feeling you described, definitely, and I'm glad that you've resisted and have stayed.
you know, I've pushed my body to the brink of death, pushing the limits of my mind and endurance. Um, I kind of call it the Jesus walk. You know, you went out and fasted in the desert for 40 days. Whether Jesus is real or not, I don't give a fuck whether the man was real or not. You know, two shakes of my ass. But anyhow, apparently he went out to the desert and fasted for 40 days, and then he had his little encounter with the adversary, and that's when the adversary told him, you know, he owned the world at that time, and probably still does, according to their religion. And he offered it to the Son of God, who, you know, I don't buy into that bullshit either. But I used to, and still do, push my body to that breaking point, right there at the edge, right on the verge.
Death
And
Booner.
What
well,
happens?
Death Booner.
palpitations,
What?
yeah, palpitations. When I start tingling or palpitations, or I can't keep my consciousness, that's when I have to take precautions and pull back.
Good. That sounds wild. Like
I like this guy.
you sound like, despite what you described, you sound very sane and healthy because you have this very specific pattern that you're
Yeah.
very careful to stay within and follow and all of that. So all of that
Well, I'm
seems
not
like
without ethics.
good self-care. I mean, just from a mental health perspective, that sounds like you have a system for keeping yourself alive.
Oh, I've got I got a mental health caseworker. As a matter of fact, he dug on the serial kill cult, man. When he met me, he was really honored. I was impressed by him, and he was impressed by me. And it's been 3 years of great communication, and I still get mental evaluations and checkups through local mental services. Um, you know, like I said, I have health aides here twice a day to help take care of my shortcomings. But outside of that, man, my cognizance is just fucking all right with me.
Well, good. That's pretty good. I mean, that's about
Doesn't
as
mean I
good
like
as
it here.
So when you say you were raised Baptist and stuff, like were your parents like big on the gifts of the Spirit and like heal people and like
Oh
all
my.
kinds of like the extreme Pentecostal stuff, or
Yeah, they would go out in spirit. They'd have evangelist meetings and tent meetings, and people would be shaking and flopping all over the fucking place. And man, all it did is scare the fuck out of me. And then I was 9 years old, and they showed me a movie called The Burning Hell. And then they tried to baptize us all right after seeing that movie. So naturally, we all jumped in the fucking water, Plunge us, brother. Plunge
Oh, wait,
us.
how old were y'all? They showed
I
y'all
was
a movie and then you jumped in the water.
Oh, well, it's called the Burning Hill, and it used to be one of the Southern Baptist best weapons to get young juveniles and teenagers into the water to
Pastor
be
Estes
baptized.
W. Perkle preaches about hell, where all non-Christians will suffer eternal torment. He's also visited by two self-professed Christians who don't believe in hell. I haven't heard of this one. We used to watch Thief in the Night.
Oh, fuck, man. This motherfucker, at 9 years old, had me terrified, man. I jumped in that fucking Blue River, and I was ready. Go ahead, dunk my ass. I definitely don't want to go through none of that shit.
So you watched the movie and then you thought jumping in the water would save you from hell?
Well, that's what you're taught, man.
So it worked.
You know,
They tried to scare you into. Oh my God, these hairdos are frightening me already. These are like cat eye lady glasses with the bouffants from the 50s and 60s.
yeah, I was 9 years old, man. I was fucking easily terrified and scared. And then
Boobs, Frank. They're elderly, but they're in there. Oh, this is hilarious.
now it is.
1974. Oh, at the end. Oh, the demon. Oh, this is cool. They have demons in the flame. Oh, the special effects are.
And the worms crawling through the skin and the whole fucking 9 yards.
They had just had the. I don't want to show it because of copyright, but they just had the devil rise up. He was a guy in a red cape and some plastic horns. I'm not kidding. And he rose up from the flame. Oh, this is hilarious. Well, thanks for turning me on to this.
Yeah,
but yeah, if you were 9 years old, I could see why this might stay with you.
Oh, it fucked me up, man. Yeah.
You know what? And then when was I saw The Exorcist, and my parents let me watch that, and I watched The Exorcist, and that fucked me up for like almost a decade, man. Like it really messed me up. Like I was afraid to go to sleep. Like man, so it could come from anywhere.
By the time I'd seen The Exorcist, I had had a personal encounter with what I consider to be a darker energy than most are generally subjected to. And by the time I was 27 years old, I was full-fledged into being able to utilize some pretty intense transcendentalism, from high vibing to just absolute pitch black darkness, soulless shit.
You talking about your personal energy?
Do what?
You talking about your personal energy, not the frequency?
No, I'm talking summons. I'm talking summons energy. See, what you got to understand, Jeff, is I quantum physics to me is a philosophy, not necessarily a law. It's a concept that I can't prove, but its form and its function seems to work. So when I project out into the field something of influence, then that particular energy that I project comes back. So after working with this for several years and seeing results I started after I left the music industry. I started the Cult of Axis, and we would group focus on certain things to create and see if we could affect it, get it to do something. And there's one video on my channel that I did not write the music to, nor did I do the imagery on. It's got 66,000 views. And that's the first video that we focused on. And within a matter of, I think it was a week, I had 50,000 views. But none of my other videos has ever even come, 400 or 500 at the most.
Why that one? What was that one about?
It wasn't mine.
Oh.
I had nothing to do with the music, so they couldn't say that
that wasn't yours got all the views.
Yeah, that way they couldn't say that, it was because I had influenced the song, or that I had put technology into the song, or that I had subliminally suggested into the imagery something that would cause people, which I work with subliminalism too, but that's a whole nother story. Pixelization. Yeah, it's deep. But no, I just grabbed a little program, and it had its own music, and through that music to some really peaceful images, and we all focused as a group on it when we were at our height, and boom. And I was like, fuck. So then we started focusing on other things. And it got pretty intense. And now I just do it on my own. I still have the cult. I still keep the cult going. It's on Facebook. If you're ever interested, it's the Cult of Axis. Been around for a while. But yeah, we do field influence. And when you influence the field, you're influencing the influenced particle, kind of a neutral particle, that wave of possibility. And then you go into the present future, and you suggest into the field, into uninfluenced particles, whatever it is you decide to suggest, and you keep your focus and energy directed towards that while you're creating the
So it's like a
manifestation of it.
mental activity that you're.
Oh yeah, it's all fucking mental. Yeah. I mean, you can use. I mean, witches use like candles and sigils, and some sigils are extremely powerful. Man, they carry geometry in them that contains within itself energy. But yeah, witches, they use their wands with crystals, candles, pentagrams, such forth. But once you learn to do true projection and influencing the field, you don't need the candles. You don't need nothing. You just need your mind, and to know where to project those particular influences.
So, do you think that Jesus actually existed, on Earth, or are you one of the mythicists or whatever they call them?
I wasn't there. I mean, if he existed, more props to him. The guy seemed to be a radical against, Rome. He seemed to be a radical against the indoctrination choir of our Hasidic brothers and such forth. But I wasn't there, man. I never met the guy.
When you think about the whole concept of like authority and hierarchy, those things that don't need to exist or need to exist, or
I observe natural law. whatever man has as policy, law, or his construct for a society is his business. But as for me and my understanding of myself, all I got to do is look at nature and the form and the function that it serves. That's why I have rats and snakes and dogs. You know.
So if you came across someone who like you felt had more knowledge or uh, I don't know, like was smarter than you that knew the answers and stuff, would you be able to like find yourself in a fellowship or a kind of a role, or you always have to be just the alpha outsider?
No, fuck no, man. I'm willing to learn, brother. If you can surpass or teach me or show me something that is a valuable life skill that I can utilize, I am down, man. Turn me on. I'm in it.
Okay. You say you take it, you kind of like pick and choose, or I don't know how else to say it, but from different religions and all the different philosophies and everything. And so, what have you come up with? I mean, or is it just that place of serenity that you think that when we die, that's where we go?
That's all I know. And that's all I can vouch for. Is I can tell you that being an omniist and being in schools of esoterics and various other initiations and indoctrinations, and ostracized now from many different ones, all of them contain something useful. But the whole of it, no. The whole of it is a type of devotion, an unwritten contract. Some are even written contracts. And I'm not going to bind myself to that. But if you've got information that I can use, no matter how dark or light it is, if it serves my purpose, I'm going to use it. And if you can teach me something, I'm willing to learn it. And I share the depths of my knowledge on my channel to the fullest degree, except certain knowledge. And I'll tell you, straight up, this shit, don't do what I do. Don't do what I do, because I can't guarantee your mental or physical safety. So don't do what I do.
I hear you. Those things, those like devices or whatever you created to do the frequency nullification or neutralization in a room or whatever, that's never come. Like you never thought about selling anything like that?
No, because I've seen what happened when they turned me in.
Wait, you got turned in for this?
Yeah.
Wow.
What does that mean? Like the feds came out and they confiscated all your equipment and they gave you, like, charged you with a crime or something, or thought you were a Unabomber?
Well, the thing was, is as long as you're not broadcasting, and that was the thing where that line was, is where you if you're broadcasting and your intent is malevolent, then they're going to take that ability away from you. But if it's defensive and it's benign, then they really don't care, because technology is moving at such a rate that no matter what I make today to defend against what they have, next week they're going to have double the amount. It's Moore's law. I just took and broke everything down to its potential of natural creation, Occam's razor, and started building from there to kind of play catch up, because I'm affected by frequency.
I mean, none of that sounds illegal. Like, I know kids have the little electronic kits they can buy and play with frequencies.
Exactly. That's why a lot of shit just A lot of shit just got relinquished, man. It's a real
Once you're
bummer.
able to neutralize the room frequency, whatever, how was your sleep at that point?
Good.
Like dreams,
Restful.
vivid dreams, and like, I mean, what do you mean good?
Restful. I wake up and I feel like I've had good sleep.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean, just from the internet Wi-Fi, you know, in the house, like it seems like sometimes you can hear that high-pitched squeal, you know, and it's like irritating, but you can't get rid of it unless you turn off the device. And even then, you're getting other devices from other houses or whatever coming in. It's like you can never get rid of that buzzing.
Tinnitus. It sounds like tinnitus, like a humming,
Yeah.
a whistling in the ear. Yeah, it used to drive me fucking nuts, man. I used to just absolutely. Ugh. But you can neutralize that, and you can also neutralize the 60 cycle hum out of the electrical wiring in your wall too.
Pseudo intellectual yickety yak is what we do here. You know that.
I'm nobody, man. Don't follow me.
He woke up very much on the wrong side of the. I don't even know if he woke up in the bed today.
I haven't even been paying attention to chat. That's how interested I am. You know, I'd rather be considered insane and completely deranged and in left field than.
No, I think you were actually the most in good faith of everyone tonight. Actually trying to communicate and educate, and you had trolls that were detracting.
I don't care, man. Let them do what they do. You know, if you take me with a grain of salt, more power to you. That just, you know, keeps you safer. Stay in your comfort zone because you don't want to be out here swimming in this part of the water. You'll drown.
I've had my encounters with those harbors. I've flirted with those waters. I've gotten what I need from it.
I figured that much, Jeff. That's why it was so easy to approach you.
You know the Catholic concept of purgatory?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think that place of serenity that you were at, the suspended animation, is part of that?
I don't give it a name. I don't label it. I just know it is peace.
Purgatory seems more like work to me than serenity and peace.
Yeah, it wasn't heaven. If it's anything like heaven describes, it was absolutely fulfilling and peace and contentment. But I didn't feel restrained, you know.
Did the thought ever enter your mind when you were there? When does this end?
No. Fuck no. No, not until I woke up and I realized I wasn't there no more.
All right. Well, what about if you think about it now?
I try to hold on to that memory as tight and as dear as I can. And through the years, it's kind of faded. It still has an immense impression upon me. And at lucid times, I can still reflect on it with the full spectrum of emotion and contentment that it brought. But I can't obtain it. I can only remember it.
Sure. But at a certain point, you're going to rehash out like your entire life, you know, and whatever. And then there's going to be a point in time where you're going to probably get kind of bored, you know. And so at that point, doesn't it start to become a little unproductive to be in that place?
Well, see, I don't know if that was the end. You know, I don't know if that was. I don't think that was the destination. I think that was a part of the journey.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I got to reach my destination. Or otherwise, I don't think they would have been able to bring me back.
Yeah.
Have you ever were you part of like this? You said you were part of the Satanic Church or whatever, the temple thing or whatever. Like, did you ever get like a deal offered for like doing music or anything, or how they talk about?
No. My music's already dark enough, man.
Did you
And
put backwards messages in it? Back when that only worked when they had record players, right? Where they could spin it backwards.
I think that was all bunk anyway, but
you should be more concerned of what they put in it forward these days. But anyhow, no, I went to discover because as every fresh young individual that decides they want to venture into Satanism, as their grand, I guess, hurrah for Satanism is to finally enter into a satanic church. And I stayed in covens that were darker than satanic churches. I've been in covens that, when I left, I made sure that I did not leave any enemies. But the satanic church, nah.
Is it like dealing with? You ever been to jail? I have.
Yeah, I've been to jail. Hell yeah, I've been to jail.
Is it worse than like jail politics? Dealing with like the Satanic Church and the people, is it like worse than jail politics, or it's not that bad? You still there?
I wonder if we lost.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we can. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's more like punk scene drama.
Jeff knows about that.
Yeah,
I found it woke. I left because they were so woke. They were like policing everybody's pronouns and stuff. I said,
yes.
I joined the Satanic Temple to get away from authoritarianism. It was the anti-authoritarianism that drew me in, and then they were telling everybody what to do. I said, "This is the opposite."
So you've been there.
Well, this was on. This was during COVID. So it was virtual. It was on Discord.
Oh no!
I haven't gotten to meet in-person Satanists yet. I've been looking for them.
Well, you're talking to one.
They have the woke versions, but they don't have the kind I'm looking for.
Well, I'm the dark version.
Yeah, I'm looking for the dark version. But I don't know
I'm the
probably
evil bastard.
Closer to yours than theirs for sure.
Dark woke.
I'm the evil bastard that your grandpa warned you about.
So you're on board with woke, or you're not on board with woke?
I am not on board with woke. I'm on board with natural law. If it's got a cock, I know what to call it. If it's got a cunt, I know what to call it. If it's got a cock and a cunt, I still know what to call it.
What you call it did.
What
do you call the third one? I don't know if everybody knows that.
Hermaphrodite.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what we used to. I mean, I've never had the occasion to use the term, but that's what I knew it as. Or androgynous. Yeah, like the look was androgyny, and the actual
androgynous was 80 carat rockers.
Yeah, that's what this shit is as old as David Bowie. And before that, you had Andy Warhol and the Factory, and you had the Cockettes. None of this shit is new.
It's all boomer communist friggin' propaganda.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I still have all my stage clothes, man.
No.
Yeah.
Bet you don't fit into them though.
No, they're too big for me now. I've lost so much weight because of my health. I used to weigh 200 pounds. I was 210 at my prime, and I've got all these jumpsuits, fox leather. I've got all kinds of real leather, lace up leather. A lot of shit from Chicago, man. I shopped the alley like it was no tomorrow. And I still have all that shit.
You know, when you came on camera just now, you reminded me of a little bit was that guy from since you know the Ace of Spades, Motorhead.
Yeah, Lemmy.
Yeah, he looked like him, dude. The Ace of Spades. If you're into gambling, I tell you, I'm your man.
Yeah, he was. Here, let me show you something. Let's see if I can get you. You see?
Nice.
Yeah, and then.
What are we looking at? Let's see.
Still got all these
What
old
is that?
stage clothes, man.
Is that a
Nice.
harness?
Yeah, all that shit, man. Fucking.
Oh, wow. That
looks like
we
some
would have totally
Cinderella
hung out.
stage
We would have been
clothes.
at the same clubs, everything.
Yeah, but that's just
I'm
what's
not
out here.
your
That's not
fool.
what's in my closet. And then, like over here, my in-home Humvees up. I don't know if you can see them, but they're
Things
jumpsuits,
blue. It looks cool.
leather
but it
jumpsuits.
looks like DaFreak's photo.
Yeah,
So,
we're getting a little. I didn't see the suit there, but
well,
Blacklight or something is.
yeah, I live in blue light.
I was about to say that's your actual light. You have a
You live in blue light, like everyone's saying to block the blue light, but you live in it, huh?
Yeah,
wow.
That's amazing.
yeah, I live in blue light. And then I have like my snake tank. It's got a blue light, and then it's got naturally a red heat light. And
Is the
then
blue light for the snakes or for you?
for me, and then
Okay.
like right here, I have for rat. I have oh shit. Come here, buddy. This is rat. This is the best friend I've got.
The snake
Let me
didn't
see
get
if I
him
can-
yet, huh?
No way. Hang on.
Hold on. Oh, here we go. I got a little bit of light. I guess I can. Where's he at?
Oh,
Is that a rat
okay.
or that's a
That was
rat?
a cat
Yeah.
for a second.
Wow. Look,
He's a hairless.
you
He's
just
a
have the
genetic.
one? Does he know he's a pet? Like, is he domesticated?
No, he's my best
Dude, he's got
friend.
some nasty
Look at
teeth.
those teeth. Wow.
Yeah, he sleeps right next to me, man. Right there.
Oh, are you serious? Oh, in
Yeah.
a cage.
Rat. Yeah, I don't even have to
That's
touch the
right.
cage.
Rat.
Oh, cool. How old is that thing?
I got him when he was a juvenile, or her when she was a juvenile. And since then, I've worked with her to the point where she does all kinds of neat tricks. She'll give you kisses. She loves to ride on the shoulder. She'll take food from your mouth. If you take her out of the cage, she won't leave your hand. She won't run. She will try and scurry up you to get on your shoulder because that's her favorite place is the shoulder. And she's been my best friend since I got her. Her and my python and my service
It's
dog.
just turned into an old lady show. So,
Yeah, I can see old ladies keeping rats.
So, well, usually they talk about cats or whatever, but like, you know, when I was running my computer store, I had a quote unquote friend customer that came in, and for 30 minutes he sat there wasting my time telling me about his effing fucking cat and what, you know, how it runs around or whatever while he's cooking breakfast or something stupid. Like, I'm like, dude, you know what you just did, dude? Like, I couldn't believe like he would do that. I had to tell him, and he was like, "Damn, I'm just like an old lady." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here."
I was just letting you guys know. I should let you guys know I'm the real deal, man. I got nothing to hide.
I believe you.
Yeah, no, yeah. So far, I believe it too. What Freak? What kind of shop did you have? You said
Computer store. I still actually have it. I just don't operate it.
Oh,
Really?
I see.
Yeah.
Do you get
I was also a
OEMs?
network administrator. I've got A+. I've got, some other certifications that are more specialized, but I can't even remember what they are now. And
Do you
so I
write?
was a network administrator for a while.
Do you write?
No, I don't know how to code, but I know how to configure stuff.
Okay, so you're good at basic BIOS and then DOS. I imagine command prompts and systems installation, resources, 32 files, DLLs, right?
Pretty much, but basically the way I say it is, I make it work. You fuck it up, I make it work.
Oh, a guru. Okay, cool.
I don't use the stuff. I just make it work.
There you go. That's safe. That's
So
your
I'm
story. Stick to it.
Yeah, I just configure stuff.
Yeah, Tommy turned me in for data dumping.
What
For
is that
data
mean?
what?
Data dumping.
What does
What
that
were
mean?
you up?
His terminology of data dumping is flooding his provider and his network, going through one of his ports and overloading his internet. But that isn't.
That was pre-tech work. He probably helped his computer out, and he turned you in for
Individuals
fixing
can
his
do
computer.
that. You want to know?
So he goes and contacts the cable companies, and the cable companies contact me, or the internet companies, and they put a red flag on my account for a bit, and it's gone now because it didn't happen. What
Right.
I've done was something completely different.
Oh my God, this is.
He probably. That's so funny.
It's like the Harvard PTA.
No, it wasn't funny. Man, these guys
No,
were
the
seriously
whole
looking
thing,
my.
the whole thing, though.
Fuck him, man.
Oh
Punk
my God.
bitch.
He probably did it to himself, and you guys are both so paranoid. Like, it's like
Who looks at Tommy and says this is a stable, reliable guy that I can count on and trust to be upstanding and always do the right thing? And
if anything, he should have
of
paid you
course,
for
if
the
you
tech
fuck with
support.
someone like Tommy, you're gonna get stuff like that.
Well, see, that's just it. He called me out, man. And I was like, okay, bitch, you want to call me out. We have never had a beef. Apparently, you want a beef. So, time, place, bitch, So he made this big, giant fucking spectacle out of it. I was in the process of doing other things that weren't quite as obvious as what he thought they were. And after it was over with, he accomplished nothing except for the fact that he was trying to bust me for hacking, and he turned me in.
Were you hacking?
It's probably him. He probably did it to himself, and then got paranoid, and then that's probably what happened. Would actually, he should be paying you for the tech support because you fixed his problem.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. Because he told him, he says, this guy don't know whether I've got a mom in here on life support or not, and he's fucking with my internet, and I was like, really, dude? Really? You think?
I thought he's the one that called your cable company and fucked with you.
Well,
Yeah, he did.
He's getting jammed out. He jammed himself out, and then he called the company and probably made the allegation. But I don't know if that's something that they could. Well, they actually probably could prove it. But
I've never heard of individuals being able to call each other's cable company and have them flag. Like everybody would be doing that to everybody all the time.
It happens more than you think.
Wow.
Red flagging, swatting,
and they took Tommy seriously, like he was able to pass himself off as a normal person on the phone long enough to be taken
Well,
seriously?
what he done was he brought up the threat of imminent danger because he said that I didn't know, and he accused me directly as to whether he had somebody there on life support that required internet service or not. And when you start playing those fucking funky games, people tend to pay attention.
He's so autistic.
Maybe
So
Cox told him not to, so that Cox would say, "Yeah, it was your fault, dumbass," and whatever. Like we figured it out. They just blamed this guy.
well, there was nothing to find. You know, there was
That would take
nothing
a lot of
there.
work to do that. What you're talking about would take a lot of work to do that. I don't think like it would have been worth that much effort.
Tommy seemed like the type to put in that work.
Maybe Tommy
Well,
would.
what he did was he contacted his service provider.
Right.
He turned over the video, apparently. Okay. Now, he made the statement to them that under the circumstances, he may have had somebody on life support that needed the internet, and I could have jeopardized their life, which immediately sets off bells and buzzers with service providers.
Well,
And they,
the threat of hacking too also is enough.
What did he say that you did?
he said that I flooded his server with so many packets that it shut him down.
What is to a normal person? What does that mean? You sat there at the keyboard and like hit a button a bunch of times?
No, he said I used my group. He said
Like
we
you
used a
have
multiple attack on him.
Of other people that coordinated and went to his channel and
That's what he's saying.
You know, all it
But
takes
believe
is
me,
that like USB
Makes
device.
no
with the best
sense.
signal,
I've never
and
heard of
problems
that. Like
that.
somebody could shoot packets at somebody enough to shut down their internet from.
Video gamers do it all the time. Yeah.
How does that work?
What happens
They
is
shut down
the
each other's
program-
computers remotely?
That's not really how it works, because what you do is you install a program that does it from the computer itself. So the computer is jamming out those ports, okay, internally, and that's what's flooding their computer and flooding their network connection.
It's like an old ICQ chat flutter, but on your internet provider. And
so Tommy thought you were doing this to him?
Yeah, and what it does is it kind of routes a denial of service. And Tommy, being as stupid as he is, thought he was going to be smart and say it shut his internet down. And his terminology was off. Everything was off. But the thing that he said that alerted them was imminent danger.
Was what?
He told them that I would have been unaware of whether he had somebody on life support there that needed the internet or not.
Well, so is everybody.
But were you shooting something at him and it just didn't shut his computer down, or were you?
I didn't do a fucking thing, man. You know, and that's Tommy's business, man. You know,
why? He just made this up in his head. Did his computer get shut down? Is that what happened?
I don't.
He probably was
I'm trying to figure out why the company took him seriously. Like, to me, they would be able to tell if what he's talking about was happening.
That's why I'm not on a red list. That's why I'm not in jail. That is why nothing happened, because nothing happened.
Right. That's what I was thinking. But if you say hack or possible hacking, whatever, that was like probably at a time when that was like being like an FBI, whatever. I don't know, more of a problem. And so, and then he sent the paranoid video, and the cops was like, "Whatever you got to do to like get this guy off the service ticket." That's what they did.
Well, they red flagged my account is what it was, because I called my provider, and I said, you know, is my account being monitored? And they were hesitant at first. And I said, well, my account is a medical account because I have in-home services. Okay. I have in-home services that come in and take care of me twice a day. Not only that, but there's various other mental health facilities that if they don't get a hold of me, there's a problem. And I was able to use me and my case manager.
Any of this, like no adults in my life act like this, do any of this. I've never even heard
Tell
of
me
this
about
before,
it.
like calling each other's
We
cable
probably need to see the
companies
video.
and shutting each other's computers. This is the first time I'm hearing about stuff like this.
We probably need
Tell
to
me
see
about it. Wait till you get red flagged or swatted. You piss somebody off, man. You get red flagged or swatted, you're going to remember it.
So I can call my cable company tomorrow and say somebody was mean to me on the internet.
You would have to have their IP on your server account where they're providing to you, and you would have to have packages from their IP address or from your device or one of your devices,
so
which
it's
is
like
registered
tech
into.
people know this kind of
Yes.
stuff. Okay.
Right. They have tech crews that spend their whole fucking day just analyzing and reviewing information for potential threats.
You could do with like the TCP view too as well on your local machine, which is built into Windows.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But, when they start playing games like that, that's real life. And when they start sending people to your house, that's real life.
Well, he said you were shutting the computer down.
No shit.
Seems like real life too.
Well, that's what he said, but that wasn't true.
Yeah, I still don't understand how that happened. I didn't know people could shut each other's computer down.
Well, I never flooded him.
He probably did it himself.
He might have, but I didn't.
Something to show the company when he called, like he had something to show him to make him think he was.
He swears up and down. He swears on his life, and I know that my account was being red flagged. I was being monitored, and it took me and my case manager to, get the review. And then once we got the review back, nothing had happened. It was just a basic transfer protocol.
This is so great.
Yeah,
I think that phone call with Tommy the cable company has got to be comedy gold. I want to hear it.
It's just funny. It's just another thing I can rag on Tommy about now.
Well, see, he even threw Z into the mix. And he says, "I know he done. I've got the text.
We're trying to get our names out in the public. This is one way to do it, I guess.
I got the text, and I've got the receipts where he had mentioned that I knew Axis had done some low-level hacking on Synthetic Warrior, and he says,
to the cable people.
Oh man, I've got the receipts on this shit, man, and I posted them. They're in my community section. Fuck yeah, I got all that shit, man.
Would you ping his IP provider low level hacking?
No, I did nothing. I'm not a hacker. I don't hack. I just participate in social media. I'm a good fucking boy. Period.
So either something happened to Tommy's computer or he did something and then called the company and showed them some kind of evidence of something, and then it went from there.
And it went nowhere.
I bet you that was a great call.
And he bragged about it for months.
Nice. That sounds like Tommy.
It's all in my community section,
Cool.
I posted receipts. On all of it. Because he thought I was mad because he didn't go to my daughter's performance. My daughter is an entertainer.
What, know each other
in Colorado.
YouTube. Oh,
and I got him. Yeah, and I got him some VIPs to one of my daughter's performances, and he didn't show up, which is no big deal. It don't affect her out, no skin off her back, no money out of her pocket. Her performance goes on fine. And he thought I was mad because he didn't return the email to me and didn't go to my daughter's performance. I had nothing to do with it.
Wow.
So,
This
so
is
I
amazing.
yeah, so I posted all the fucking receipts on my community section and told him, keep running your mouth, bitch.
Oh God. So, what was the performance like? Was she on like theater broadcast production like Broadway or like what do you
No,
mean?
no, 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 no. She has a band called Casually Committed,
Wow.
and yeah, and she's the lead singer, lead flutist for the band.
wow.
They're in my community section. I put up 2 or 3 of her first performances, but now their performances are, I without a copyright, I'd get hit with a copyright.
That's so awesome,
From your own
dude.
daughter?
Yeah, she followed Daddy's footsteps, man.
The Ace of
And
Spades.
Tommy turned that down. He didn't show up.
No,
What a
he
doofus.
it didn't bother me. It didn't bother my daughter. I just told her. I said, "Look, I got a friend. His name's Tommy. Leave a VIP at the door for him."
His name was
She was
Illuma.
like, "Yeah, I wasn't going to give his real name. I'm not going to say his real name." But anyhow,
Is his real name Tommy?
yeah, but Tommy is what he goes by. It's the same. I'm not going to go by anything other than my corporate name, AxisRattblood. That's what I was in the music industry under. That's what my corporation was under. That's what my LLC is under. That's my sole proprietorship is under. And that is a corporate name.
Is
AxisRattblood.
Tommy all of that too, though?
No.
Okay.
No. It was just a courtesy, kind of a, if I was going to have my daughter, if you wanted to go to one of her performances, I would say leave a VIP for Janex Jeff. That way, when you go up there and you announce I'm Janex Jeff, they're going to hand you or stamp you or whatever the venue offers, and they're going to let you in. Now, you'll have to pay for your drinks and shit if there's drinks, or if there's concessions. But as far as getting in the door and getting to the backstage, yeah, no problem.
What a dumbass. Should have went.
I know.
No. Synthetic Warrior loves them. He really digs my daughter's band. A lot of people do, man. They got a hell of a following.
So Z actually went to a show?
Do what?
Z actually went to a show?
No, he listened to the live performances from the last couple of shows that they done. And they did one in-house for a record store for their debut. And they did a in-house performance, which wasn't the best, but their stage performances, those are really nice.
What did you say they were called? Their name?
Casually Committed.
Casually Committed. Okay.
Yep.
It's like punk, rock.
No, it's oh my God, man, it's its own monster.
Oh,
really, literally, it's its own monster. I'm gonna try and send you a link. Let me go ahead and get to it here.
Have you seen TML's channel yet, or seen him out and about?
Yeah, me and the Machine Lies, we don't reside in the same belief departments or philosophy departments, but we don't bump heads, man. We cool with each other. He's got his thing, I got mine. We understand.
That's cool. Where do you think Z ranks in terms of the intellect with all these people?
I've had a relationship with Synthetic Warrior for a couple of years now, and we've been through our ups and downs, ins and outs. And I will say that after we got past our original spat, he was actually hospitable to me. And he didn't have to be, because I was a very vicious bastard. I mean, we laid it on him hard. And after it was all said and done, man, you know, damage done, over, forgiven, and he was still hospitable. So I don't, you know, I'm not going to say he's a fucking genius. I'm not going to say he's dumb either. You know, Z's just Z, and I think he's got, you know, his own personal demons, and that's something he has to deal with himself throughout his journey of life. But I can't, you know, there's nothing I can do for him.
I understand what you're saying. For me, I'll say, you know, I think he's probably right up there with the most intelligent, and also he is kind of a compassionate person. Because I was on his panel one time or a couple times, and he could have made me look like the biggest idiot, you know, in the world, but he chose not to, and you know that was a merciful thing that he did. So, but
Yeah.
also he's on a what do you call it, a subject that like I can't resonate with, but he could grasp or tackle anything else and be just fine, you know. But he chose this for whatever reason, and you know, he's sticking with it, which I can appreciate. But I just, you know, I think it's also like one of those dead ends that you don't really benefit from at the end of the day.
What's
Well,
his sub?
Go
The
ahead,
flat,
Jeff.
Do what?
flat Earth.
Oh, his whole channel is like flat Earth themed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's and he is trying to build his channel, and he is trying to make a YouTube impact, where I'm just content. You know, I like being able to share outer edge type information that nobody's going to be honest with you about. You know, and I want it to be as real as humanly possible. And then where Z is concerned, I still consider flat, globe, whatever, is speculation. Until I've been up there to see for myself, I don't fucking know, man.
It's flat. It's some oblate spheroid.
I don't fucking know. Could be a triangle for all I know. I don't
Trapezoid.
care.
That's what I'm like. We already know it's oblate spheroid. It's a spoiler. Sorry. I'll let you find out.
Well, you know, if I ever make it up that high to see, then I'll know for myself. But as for me, I have hard enough time, you know, dealing with the little flat land of yards that I have.
Mm-hmm. That's a more practical outlook, I think.
But
go ahead.
I do carry a stigmata. You know, there's a heavy stigmata attached to me because I don't denounce evil.
Okay. Like with
What does
Christians.
that mean?
I think it's a part of the natural balance of things.
I don't think there's any point in denouncing evil because it exists whether we denounce it or not. I mean,
exactly.
It's virtue. Denouncing it just to denounce it is just virtue signaling.
Right.
I agree with that. And denouncing is not partaking. So, you know.
Yeah, it's what you do with good or evil and the applied energy that you put to it that puts it in motion. But the fact that it just is. And even though you may not think in the darkest realms of the depths of hell, doesn't mean they don't reside just outside of you or even inside.
Yeah, I agree with that. So people just know how to push it away. better than others, I guess.
I embrace it.
But
Wholeheartedly
the thing
embrace
is,
it.
you have to have if you're always repressing that, then it's almost like you're stunting your capacity when you do that because you have to learn that stuff in order to push through the hall.
Yeah, whenever I accepted the darkest bounds of my own soul, I liberated myself.
You did what to yourself?
I liberated myself, and I learned I can use discretion. Yeah, I can go that dark. I can go fucking darker. How dark you want to go?
So it was
But I know
empowering.
when to use discretion. It's called wisdom. So when you're walking hand in hand with the devil, and you guys are chatting it up, know that the devil is the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Respect that.
Yeah.
Because the minute you take it for granted or you don't homage the understanding of the power that comes with such things, and I'm talking energies, then it will consume you. It will become your nemesis.
You would make a
Have
good
you ever?
Satanist.
I'm sorry?
I said you would make a good Satanist.
I am. I am a good Satanist.
Oh.
Yeah, on at least I have ethics about the moralistic boundaries of or natural law. So
Mm-hmm.
unless I'm in a predator state due to circumstance, starvation, desperation, or a fight for my survival, I don't mean you no harm. I don't mean you any fucking harm at all. I might try and educate you on a few things if I can. If not, then no, go on with your peaceful life. Enjoy your ignorance. Enjoy your ignorance and bliss. That's fine. But push to the point where I have to enact survival, then I have no moral compass then. Whatever it takes to survive.
So when you say walk with the devil or whatever, would you say that you've walked with the devil in whatever you were doing?
For whatever you want to label the devil as, I mean, I considered energy. Some energies have personality, some don't. Some are indifferent, some are primal.
Like, would you like talk with them? Like, was he there? Like, what does it mean when you say walk with the devil? It's just operating in a certain frequency.
Playing with certain energies. The devil made me do it. Well, I don't blame the devil. I did it. You can blame the devil, but the reality is I utilized that energy myself. So was I walking with the devil? Yeah.
Do you think that he, like he has an entity, personality, being, whatever actually exists?
If he does, I've yet to meet him. That's the same with God, Jesus, Muhammad, Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, Buddha, Zoroaster. Should I go on?
Well, how about of all those things like you mentioned right now, like what do those things offer us anyway?
All they are is bondage, man. Systems of control to enslave the mind into a state of worship and submission.
Well, but people don't have to follow them. That's all voluntary.
That's right. They're indoctrinated. I choose not to be. You know, I'll go to the school of Thoth and read the Emerald Tablets and take what I can from them. I'll go to the Necronomicon or the Book of the Dead or the Rites and Passages of the Dead in Egypt, you know, all the way to Samaria and the King's List and the incantations of Babylon. You know, it doesn't matter. And if I want to pray for you and wish well on you, then I may do that too. You know?
Yeah, well, it's almost like you could add flat Earth to that. You could add, you know, what do they call that? Sovereign citizen to that, or whatever. What do any of all these things have to offer us as minds and, you know, intelligent beings? Like,
They're tools. If you don't have the right set of tools to deal with your local environment, your reality, and what's within you, to come to terms with you and who and what you really are, then you're probably going to have safety protocols and indoctrination and belief systems and all these different concepts and ideals. It's
yeah,
when you
but
get rid of all that shit. That's when you start freeing yourself.
yeah, I just wonder what they offer though. Like, what, like, is it, you know, because I never found anything at the end of the day. Like, there was just still, there was nothing there. It was still a dead end or whatever.
Do you work with energy?
What's that?
Do you work with energy?
Oh, I would think so. Yeah. I mean, using a
Have
computer.
you ever manifested malice upon somebody with such an intent that it happened?
I wouldn't see it that way, but you know, I've been known to send messages, I guess you could say.
Okay, well, it's no different than a Christian saying they prayed for somebody and they were healed. It's the same
Yeah, you
concept,
can say it like that. You can say it like that.
okay? It's just one side is accepted, the other one isn't. But I accept them both. I will fuck you up just as quick as I will help you. Depends on your character and how you wear your soul on your face.
But in order to know how to do that, that's the satanic part, is it not?
That's what they say. Satan being literally terminated to adversary. So anything could be your Satan. You could be someone's Satan. Someone could look at you and think, you're the evilest motherfucker I ever met in my fucking life. You're a devil incarnate.
That's
Well,
probably
you're
what
somebody's
God says.
devil. You know, I'm
Yeah.
people's devil. I know that. You know, when people think of evil, they think of me. When people think of some shit that really fucked them up, they think of me. So yeah, I'm somebody's devil. I'm somebody's Satan.
Did you really
I
fuck?
am the,
Do they
Huh?
have reason to think that? Like, did you legitimately fuck them up?
I'm not going to address that question.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if they're devils subjectively, or if they have objective reason.
It's
For
what you
seeing-
do with it. It's your intent. If you intend to harm somebody and you're using energy to do it, and it happens and it works, and this is continually measured to be a consistent, measurable fact, then you're probably doing something.
So, Jeff, as a Satanist, like, is that the level you want to reach?
of
You know, a practicing Satanist, like, you know, is that where you see the end goal is for, like, you know, person involved in that?
of what he's talking about the two forms of energy and using, like, decided which one to use based on each
Yeah.
person you encounter.
And maybe if you had
Not
an
really. Like,
intentional malice against somebody.
I don't necessarily have a motivation to use that. I try to stay away from the unhealthy, dysfunctional people that are gonna take me away from what I'm trying to do, and try to find the healthy, grounded, well-established people that are gonna help me, support me, and help me get to where I'm trying to go. So that's my heuristic for evaluating people. And the ones that don't do that, that I have to like filter out, I don't have any malice toward them. I'm not trying to direct negative energy toward them. I'm just trying to know whether I should waste my time on them or not. If they're one of the people I should invest in or just leave alone. And so that's as far as it goes with me. I don't have any hostility or
No, I don't see any intent
trying
to like
direct
want to hurt people. Like that's definitely something I don't see you doing
do what?
at all. Like you might cut some jokes or something, but like you don't go out of your way like
No, I mean, if you come at me, I will
quote
definitely
unquote.
come back. But I don't have. I don't know. I don't if I
You
have an
haven't seen him in a
influence
drunken
on,
bar
if I
fight
can
yet.
neutralize them and get them out of my environment and like reduce that stimulus, then I'm fine. That's all I need. I just need to get them away from me and then move on. I don't harbor like some kind of urge for revenge beyond that moment.
So
Yeah.
no drunken bar fights.
I
Great
have had,
question.
well,
Uh-huh.
I've
Uh-huh.
been fought on. I didn't punch back, but I have been nose broken by a drunk guy.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he was on
But you're not a
cocaine.
small dude, like I don't, if you did decide to like fight back, you probably could, handle yourself.
I didn't know what I was doing. He hit me in the nose. He like, and I'm like,
Sucker punch.
did he just hit me in the nose? And then he hit me again. I said, that felt like a punch in the nose. I think this guy's hit me in the nose. I had blood dripping down my nose, and he hit me like 7 or 8 times. He just kept punching.
What the fuck?
Punching. And I'm thinking, what kind of childhood did this person have that he goes around hitting people in the noses like this? And the whole time he's just punching on me. And I'm trying to psychoanalyze why it's happening. My friend had to like get in the middle and finally separate us so he would stop punching on me.
Did you figure out what pissed him off?
Hit back at all.
Were you drunk?
He was drunk and on something too. I might have had like a few beers. I wasn't. This was at the end of the night. We were ready to leave. It happened out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And you never figured out what it was about.
Oh, I know what it was about. He was my ex's best friend. There was some drama.
Okay.
Background drama.
All right.
That was the first time we had there was some online drama, and that was the first time we had encountered each other in person. I'd like been at the same bar at the same time in person, and so something was bound to happen.
Gotcha.
I didn't expect it to be that.
Yeah.
I know that feeling of like being disconnected though when you get into a fight. I think it's what it is the adrenaline rush. It kind of like disconnects your reality from what's actually happening.
Like unless you have that instinct, that fight instinct, to like where your instincts take over and you know what to do in the moment. And I didn't have any of that, so I just dissociated. I didn't even know. I honestly didn't expect grown adults to go around hitting each other in the nose. He seemed like a civilized or like a relatively civilized person. So the whole thing kind of it just seemed out of the ordinary that this person looked like he was dressed nice. He was more or less like the rest of us, was hitting me in the nose. It just didn't make sense. But he was also drunk and on cocaine.
Oh.
Wow.
Sounds like a fun time.
It was
I contribute.
I had to have surgery, everything.
If it wasn't for cocaine, man, I contribute my survival to the bar to my home whenever I got taken out was cocaine.
It helped you survive, or
yeah, I'd had 9 stab wounds, and both lungs were laid open, and I was on so much cocaine that I was able to walk from the bar back to my home.
You just walked with 9 stab wounds?
Yeah. Well, that's why they called the fucking helicopter.
Wait, I thought Cocaine Bear was just a movie.
No, that shit, brother. Cocaine's a hell of a drug, just like Rick James says. Because there's no fucking way, and my levels were massive at the time. Whenever because they were debating whether to give me morphine or not.
So they just it sounded like you didn't have a knife or stab back.
No,
Yeah.
fuck no, I didn't.
Wow.
Rival bike gang, man.
The what?
Rival bike gang.
Oh.
Yeah, it was in the gun and knife circuit. I'd been doing karaoke. I had a lake cottage and was raising my son, and I'd go there, and it was disputed territory, and I had the wrong rocker, and I showed up, and my brothers hadn't got there yet, but the locals were already there. So as I went out the back, they followed me.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so I was going to say, belief and seeing and witnessing like that satanic stuff and the energy and the intent and the result and all that. If you can believe that, how can you also like deny Jesus Christ?
Because I have never seen him. I never met the man.
But if the other is real, then the other has to be real, don't you think?
Well, in all my years of Christian indoctrination and being in a family full of indoctrinated Christians, not once in my entire existence and in any of my workings have I encountered an individual of such stature. Now, I've met some pretty impressive motherfuckers that I thought were saintly as hell, and there were no flies on them that I could tell.
So he's
And
just too good to be true.
Well, I don't think that's it. I don't think it's too good to be true. I just think that I've never physically met anybody that meets that description. And I've met some pretty really outgoing, especially the Torah Institute in Louisville when I was there. Those guys walked the line, man. You're talking about legalists. Jesus Christ, man. Those guys were legalists as hell and messianic, but I wanted to learn. So, Rabbi Lou White, he's got a YouTube channel too. I started out with fossilized customs and learned the entire Messianic Hebraic religion. And believe me, man.
Your whole denial of Jesus then is based on you haven't seen any other man live his life.
Yeah, I've yet to meet him. And it's not that I haven't seen another man live his life, because no, I haven't. But I haven't met the guy called Jesus either. Nor have I had a energy encounter with something that I would consider to be that divine. I've had some pretty profound things happen to me that I considered to be divinity. And then I've had things happen that I considered to be the full opposite end of that spectrum. Okay. But I don't apply a face or a name to them, because to me, it's a matter of balance, cause, and effect.
Would you say that when you were in suspended animation and the peace and serenity and the peace, I guess you could say, was like the best feeling that you've ever felt compared to all the other encounters?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to process some stuff.
That's all right, man.
Well, I'm going to wrap up anyway. Oh my God, 5.5 hours. I didn't realize we were going that long.
I'm sorry, Jeff. When I'm detoxing, man, my mind is just an open book, and
This was a great conversation. No, I enjoyed it. I'm getting sleepy and reaching some physical limitations. Mentally, I could definitely keep going.
Well, I'll be detoxing for a while, so
Okay.
I used to go to Cage Reality.
Well, speaking of, I would streaming right now. So is Flow. If anybody's looking for other streams to go to,
yeah,
Cage.
I used to go to Cage and detox, but Cage sees everything in a all is mental, and he takes the Manly P. Hall and Albert Pike type philosophy, and it doesn't always apply to the state of detoxification that I'm going through. That all is mental. I understand that, but you're going to feel a bullet when it goes through you. I don't give a fuck who you are. Yeah. And when I'm feeling that bullet and I'm being told all is mental, I'm like, bitch, really? But he's a good guy. Cage is a regular at my channel, and he's a good guy.
You're talking about the young Canadian guy, right?
Yeah, Cage Reality.
I just know people that nobody like. Everybody complains about it, but when I see him, I'm like, I don't see anything particularly unusual about this guy.
He's a disruptor. Yeah, he is an outlier, and he's a disruptor.
I don't see him disrupting a lot of, like, compared to a lot of other people. I didn't really notice the disruption everybody was talking about.
Well, I
none of it seemed intentional at all. It seemed like they were irritated over their own stuff, but not anything he was intending to do.
No, I don't. I don't think he does it by intent. No, it's just his character.
It's just somebody that doesn't like what he has to say. I don't consider that disruption.
Well, it's when he talks over you, or whenever he cuts you off, or those things. Yeah, well, that's some people can handle that etiquette. Some people don't disapprove of that etiquette.
Oh, okay.
And that's where Cage finds conflict.
Some of his ideas are kind of up there too.
Oh,
but it's hard to pin down what he believes too. So it's just he's an interesting guy.
Yeah, he convicts himself to nothing that he'll admit to. So, for whatever that's worth, But he's been good to me, man. And I went through a few detoxes with Cage. This is my first one I've done with you, Jeff, and it's just been reasonable, man. I really enjoyed being here.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. I'm glad I could be part of that.
Yeah, it's something I'll remember, and who knows? Maybe late at night I'll be bouncing off the walls again. Jump on.
Well, we're doing more evening streams lately, so that is possible.
Cool. But thanks for having me as a guest, man. And wow, man, DaFreak, man, it's good to meet you.
Yeah, you too, and good to meet Rat, and we didn't meet the snake, but it was cool meeting Rat.
Cool. Yeah, that's my buddy, man. She's awesome. So, but thank you so much, and especially to the chat, you guys. You guys have been gracious. Thank you.
Well, thank you too.
Yeah, I want to talk to you again sometime. So hopefully you're not going to be a stranger around or whatever. Interesting, man.
Yeah, interesting. Good talk. Good stream.
Wow. Tommy's gonna hate this one.
Oh, right. Yeah. This is probably the most that Tommy's ever been on this show. So enjoy, Tommy. We'll see what you do with this one. Make some good clips.
Man, all right. I guess I'm gonna dip out then for you, Jeff. So, but it was a good talk. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon. All right.
Yeah, you too. Take care, and we'll see you in the streets.
All right.
All right. That's it was a good stream. 5.5 hours. Wow. I'm gonna get some rest so that we can come back tomorrow at our usual time, 2 p.m. Central. Like and subscribe if you haven't. It'll let you know when we're streaming again. Tomorrow night, Survivor. So we'll be watching that tomorrow evening on Discord. And who knows what else. So we will see you tomorrow. Have a good, what is it, night, morning? Have a good life. All right, take care.